We are women to watch.
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 As we are the women to watch.
We are women to watch.
We are women to watch.
And we are women to watch.
We are women to watch.
Because after all, we are women to watch.
We are the women to watch.
We are 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 women to watch.
Because we, together, are women to watch.
Welcome to the 2020 Business Insurance US Women to Watch Awards and Leadership Conference. I'm Keith Kenner, publisher of Business Insurance. This year, we are delighted to celebrate the 15th anniversary of Women to Watch and the 4th year of our EMEA program, representing women in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. There are now over 500 women globally that Business Insurance has had the privilege of recognizing since 2006. We have an inspiring agenda ahead for you today, including a dynamic fireside chat with Dame Inga Beale, a powerful keynote address by Carla Harris, an insightful CEO panel discussion about what it takes to lead during a global crisis, and of course, a video tribute to our 2020 Women to Watch winners to recognize their outstanding achievements in commercial insurance. Last but not least, a video tribute to some of our past alumni and their advice to young women who are just starting their careers in the industry. Sincere thanks to our Women to Watch Advisory Board and the BI Events team for putting this outstanding agenda together. Many thanks to the generous support of our sponsors who have made it possible for us to offer registration at no charge. I'd like to thank our global presenting sponsor, AIG, our gold sponsors, QBE, Ryan Specialty Group, Sedgwick, and Zurich, our silver sponsors, AXA XL, Liberty Mutual, and Marsh. And of course, our program sponsors, CNA, Corvell, Munich Re, Risk Strategies, Robinson & Cole, and Travelers. Thank you again to our sponsors. We sincerely appreciate your support. Please note, there is a live chat feature, and we welcome all attendees to engage with each other throughout the event. Our winners and alumni are in attendance, so please don't hesitate to reach out. We all certainly wish we could be celebrating in person today, and we look forward to doing so in 2021. Despite the challenging year we've had, we have so many accomplishments to be thankful for. We want to thank you for tuning in and joining us today. Business Insurance is excited to bring our Women to Watch honoree and alumni community together to celebrate women in commercial insurance who are driving real change and success for the industry. On behalf of Business Insurance, we would like to wish everyone a safe and wonderful holiday season. And now, please welcome the editor of Business Insurance, Gavin Suter. Over to you, Gavin.
Hello, I'm Gavin Suter, the editor of Business Insurance. And before we meet the 2020 Women to Watch winners, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the history of the program and the nomination and selection process. The Business Insurance Women to Watch Awards program was started in 2006 to recognize women who have achieved considerable success in the insurance and risk management sectors and are expected to achieve even more in the future. It is the only program that recognizes women from all facets of the commercial insurance industry, including risk management, insurance, reinsurance, broking, claims management, consulting, law, and other areas of expertise crucial to the smooth running of the sector. Over the years, the program has grown. In 2011, we added a professional development conference, and while we always had international winners, in 2017 we added a separate program specifically to recognize leaders in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. This year's class joins an alumni of more than 500 winners from the past 15 years. All our past winners continue to grow in their careers, and many have gone on to take top-level jobs in the industry. We often feature Women to Watch alumni in our comings and goings section when they are promoted, and a few of our breakout award winners, which recognises younger professionals, have moved on to become Women to Watch winners as well. The program continues to play an important role in promoting diversity in the insurance sector, and the tensions of the past year highlight the fact that even more work needs to be done. Now, the nomination process is rigorous. We ask for detailed information on nominees' accomplishments, with particular emphasis on their expertise, leadership qualities, and their career prospects. This year, we received a record more than 350 nominations. The Business Insurance editorial team reviews each of the nominations and selects a list of finalists. Many of the nominations include written references, but we also reach out to references for many of the nominees to speak with them in person about what makes the nominees they recommended stand out. After reviewing all the comments, we select 50 winners, 20 from EMEA and 30 from the Americas and the rest of the world. All of our 2020 winners will be profiled in the December issue of Business Insurance and on businessinsurance.com, so look out for those features. We really are excited to present this year's winners as they truly stand out as leaders and inspiring role models for the industry. In lieu of an awards ceremony, this year we asked our winners some questions about leading during a crisis, lessons learned on their career path, advice for the future, and more. Here is what our class of 2020 Women to Watch had to say.
During these adverse times, I look around and see women truly leading others. People are balancing work and family like never before. People are desperate for leadership, desperate for someone who's relatable, and it's this moment where women shine through. We are confident yet vulnerable and allowing our staff to really connect with us. And once we make that connection, we're able to provide the focus and the leadership on the things they really can control. There's trust and loyalty that will come out of this for years to come. So you see, our vulnerability is not a weakness. It's a superpower.
I see women modeling resiliency and also pulling the lever of empathy that's in their wheelhouse. I see women using their relational skills to keep their teams engaged and to come up with new and innovative and creative ways to communicate and build a sense of cohesion across teams. I am a fan of John Maxwell's leadership theory. And one of the things that he says is that relational skills are the most important abilities in leaders. And I think in a time like we're in right now, where times are challenging and people are struggling with balance, and there's also so much uncertainty, that those relational skills are really showing up in a powerful way through women leaders.
Women in insurance are rising to the challenge of leading during these adverse times because we tend to lead with empathy, and that's what people really need in challenging times like this.
During these adverse times, women in insurance are rising to the challenge by focusing on excelling in remote leadership. Women face unique challenges working from home and dealing with potential other family concerns. Staying connected can be difficult without in-office face-to-face interactions, but we can't forget the importance of checking in, just to say hi, celebrate a win, or discuss tough account or relationship situations. These things are easily lost when interactions are limited to set meeting times, but connecting with our teams is more important now than ever, both professionally and personally. Finding creative ways to keep a team incented to celebrate wins and continue engagement has been and should remain a key focus.
Women in insurance are rising to the challenge of leading during these adverse times by leading how we do every day. Women have long since risen to the occasion, whether it was a pandemic or not. We collaborate, we partner, we strategically plan, we reach out to our mentors, we reach out to our peers, and we do so in a way so that we can pull everyone together to make the best decisions for an organization, plan out how we are going to execute those decisions, and then we do just that. We execute. We rise to the occasion. From an insurance and risk management perspective, there are so many details in which we have to review from a pandemic to ensure that we're providing that level of customer service for our organization and for our employees. And that is something that women have done in business, women have done in insurance, whether it's a pandemic or not.
We started Etheria Law a little over a year ago with a few goals in mind. First, we want to be a law firm that focuses on all aspects of the insurance industry. Second, we wanted to break the traditional law firm mold. We wanted to be majority women-owned, to have female leadership, and to have truly diverse talent at all levels. Third, we wanted to be a workplace that mentors and develops future generations of legal talent. And last but not least, we wanted to create a fun, innovative, and inclusive work environment. I'm extremely proud to be able to say that we have met and exceeded all of these goals in our first year, despite a few unexpected events like a global pandemic and the historic wildfires here in California. We could not have succeeded without the support of our clients. In my own personal career path, I am extremely lucky to have many strong and successful female clients and to have risen in the ranks alongside these amazing women. We truly have been an example of women supporting women in the insurance industry, for which I am extremely grateful.
2020 is going to go down as the most challenging year that many of us have faced, both personally and professionally. So this is a special shout out to all the women in the industry out there who have continued to lead their teams, be on thousands of WebExes, be resilient, manage an at-home daycare, proctor and teach their school-aged children, ensure the mental and physical stability of their families, their friends, their colleagues. And let's be real, taking time for yourself this year probably wasn't first and foremost. But as we finish 2020, it's time to reflect as women leaders. It's time to sit back and say, hey, it wasn't a great year, but we pulled it together. And as we move into 2021, and we all hope for some sense of normalcy, it's so important that we continue to foster our teams. It's okay to let them know that not every day is going to be a great day, but tomorrow may be better.
I am honored to have been nominated and selected as one of this year's honorees for Business Insurance Women to Watch. In these adverse times, there's evidence of women rising to the challenge all around us. Each day, I'm surrounded by strong women who not only shoulder their share of hard work, but also who've endured a pandemic. I was humbled this year to be named the first female CEO at FCCI, a privilege I don't take lightly and for which I've worked towards for many years. This year alone, I've seen women at FCCI lead our business continuity efforts, create and manage our return to office protocols and procedures, and so much more. Women are resilient and strong, and I know we will come through this time stronger than ever.
Managing risk is a race without a finish line, made even more difficult by recent events. But while the world feels uncertain right now and each day brings new challenges, we're here, as always, supporting you, evolving and adapting to provide technical expertise and insights, helping you find your way in the toughest of times, and making sure that we remain by your side, always here as an ally.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Women to Watch W2W 2020. I'm Steve Acunto, chairman of Beacon, publishers of Business Insurance, Asia Insurance Review, Middle East Insurance Review, Commercial Risk in London, and Workers' Comp Central in California. Thank you for joining us. Linda Lane and your committee, thank you all so much for the work that you do in this initiative, Women to Watch. Thank you. And Debbie Hamilton, our foundation director, what a wonderful job you do year-round. May I thank the staff of Business Insurance for working through an anomalous year and for making this work. In particular, Gavin Suter, who leads the judging and sustains a level of objectivity that gives great weight and importance to these sets of awards. Thank you all very much. Dame Inga Beale. Inga, congratulations to you, my friend. You've earned this accord in a manner that has been rather amazing. Your historic climb in business, your accomplishments, the way you serve, just an amazing set of values that were irresistible to the judges. I think the important thing about the Inspiration Award is that it's not designed to be kind of like an Oscar that you put on the shelf and enjoy looking at or show your friends over the course of years. It's something that's a bit of a beacon, if you will, inasmuch as it takes with it the responsibility of being an exemplar to those coming into the business. You and I know, we all know, that no one will go to or through Lloyd's, particularly as a member of the staff, man or woman, and not come upon your name, your firsts, your energy, and your achievement. That's a wonderful, wonderful history. We're proud to give you this accord in the sense that is the responsibility of all of us as a publication, as professionals, to give meaning to some of those words that underpin our business. Words like fidelity, fairness, risk management, best practices, and so many others with which we live every day. It certainly needs to be said that no publication, no institution, no group should fail to recognize your remarkable accomplishments. So congratulations to you, Inga, my friend, and our friend to all professionals in the field. And take good care of yourself. God bless you and your family, and thank you very much for being part of Business Insurance. And now let me just turn the microphone over to Linda Lane and to you, Inga, for the beginning of today's program. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Steve, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 15th Annual Business Insurance Women to Watch Leadership and Awards Conference. It is my distinct honor to chair the Women to Watch Foundation, and I want to personally thank the members of the Women to Watch Foundation Board for their hard work this year in raising funds, and to our key sponsor, Sedgwick. Your work has made a difference in elevating the health and well-being of women and girls around the world, and for the work that we've been doing with cervical cancer education in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, each year we recognize 20 women for their accomplishments in the business insurance sector. And 3 years ago, we added an award to this recognition, and that's the Inspiration Award. And the Inspiration Award is given to a single individual who has demonstrated leadership and established themselves as a role model for women coming up in the industry. And it is my pleasure and my honor to recognize Dame Inga Beale as the 2020 Business Insurance Women to Watch Inspiration Award. Inga, thank you for your accomplishments. Thank you for the work that you've done to advance the industry and for advancing the careers of women in the industry as well. Congratulations to you on behalf of Business Insurance and the Women to Watch Foundation.
Well, thank you, Linda, and thank you all, the whole team. This means a lot to me to think that I can be an inspiration to other women coming through the insurance sector. It's just a fabulous feeling. So thank you very much, and I'll treasure this.
Absolutely well deserved. And Inga, it's these accomplishments that I'd actually like to explore with you a little bit this morning with our audience. You have been gracious enough to come to help kick us off today and to share your experiences and give us some advice on how to think about leading during times of crisis, what it's like to be a change agent within an organization, particularly as a woman in the industry. So let's get started if we can. You started your career in the insurance industry in the early 80s. Talk a little bit about what it's like, what it was like to kind of enter into a very male-dominant industry, and particularly in London, and some of the things that you encountered and lessons that you learned, if you would.
Yeah, well, London has a very unique place in, I suppose, in the history of insurance. And the London market is quite famous for looking at business from all over the world. And I was, I suppose, fortunate to have ended up in insurance, actually reinsurance. I started as a reinsurance trainee underwriter. And what was so amazing about starting in the world of reinsurance, particularly in the London market, was that it was so global. And you know, one day I'd be looking at insurance or reinsuring an insurance company from Australia, then it might be Chile, Japan, you know, all over the world. It was absolutely fascinating. And I can't take away that sort of excitement of feeling that you were doing something really purposeful as a job. And I didn't even know that reinsurance existed before I started in the world of reinsurance, but I got hooked on it. However, the City of London, which is where the London market was a very unique place in those days, very isolated from the rest of London in terms of it was the financial district. There were almost no shops. I think there was a tiny little store where you could buy a few provisions. If you were somebody who had to cook when you got home in the evening, you would find a little bit that you could buy to actually take home to eat. But fundamentally, it was just businesses. Very, very different place to what it is now. Nowadays, it's much more colourful, it's sort of vibrant, lots of things happening. But in those days, it was just the financial district. And for those who may be familiar with the London market, the only other thing that sort of, I suppose, brought it some colour amongst all the grey buildings were the pubs. And I must admit, you know, pub culture was very much part of the day in those days. I mean, I look back now, I'm sort of shocked. But I was working in a very male-dominated environment, wanting to be one of the boys. I just wanted to fit in with them, which meant that I made frequent visits to the pub with the boys and just wanted to fit in because I was so unusual. And even though I didn't start off in the Lloyd's market, it was the London market, so it was a company, but we still had a very open sort of trading environment, just like Lloyd's did. I suppose COVID has changed things a little bit. So I would be an underwriter sitting at a desk with brokers walking in off the street, unannounced, no appointments. They'd ask to come and see underwriters, they'd queue up, and then I would see these brokers and we would negotiate deals. And that was how I grew up, in a frontline environment. But 35 underwriters, and I was the only female. So it was, in a way, a bit of a lonely time. I think the way I sort of got through those early years was that I played sport a lot. So my sort of escape was going and mixing with my teammates or my rowing crew, because I rowed for a few years, all women. And I suppose that was the safety net that kept me going and took me away from what was a very male environment and not necessarily very welcoming for a young woman in the 80s.
And you said something that intrigues me, because I think this crosses geographic lines, whether you're talking about the UK or the US. You said that you went to the pubs because you wanted to fit in, you wanted to participate in that male environment. And I think particularly in the early 80s and as we moved into the 90s, we found that women were adopting some of the worst characteristics of men when we encountered each other, you know, in a professional environment, not just woman to woman, but if we were, you know, attempting to make our voices heard in a meeting, perhaps we were louder, or, you know, and I wonder if you think that some of that served you well, or if you felt as though, you know, at times you were not being your true self. And I've even read something where you said there are times where you have to adapt, right? You have to, you don't want to lose your true self, but you have to adapt to the situation. Tell me a little bit about how that was in the 80s for you and what you might have transitioned into present day.
Well, I didn't really know about that adapting until much later on. So when I became more experienced. And in those days, in a way, I also wasn't taking my career that seriously because sport was ruling my life. So I came to work, I enjoyed the work, and I enjoyed the excitement of the business itself. So as I said, reinsuring things from all over the world, which was very fascinating. So I didn't really understand about this adapting to the situation. I just tried to be like the boys. I tried to fit in. And of course, what happened was that was okay for a while. And then something happened. I've been working for about 8 years, and then a very sexist incident occurred, and it was sort of, now I've had enough. And I sort of snapped one day, and that was very interesting because it wasn't as though I was aware that I was building up to this point of getting bored with it or getting impatient with the lack of respect by men for women. It wasn't that. It happened very quickly, and overnight that was it. I said, I'm out of here. I am not going to work here anymore. It's so chauvinistic. I've got to leave the world of insurance, and that was what happened.
And that's an interesting journey. I think we've all hit that point, or we can reflect and find that milestone moment when maybe we felt the same way. You left, you took off, you traveled around the world for a little bit, and it sounds like you did some self-assessment. What was it that then triggered you to come back in and decide, you know what, I can do this. I am ready for this. I will take this on.
I did. I literally packed a rucksack, left all my other belongings with a friend who had space, and I just left. I hadn't planned anything. I had planned only the next airport I was landing at. Got on that plane, and I landed at Bombay, as it was called then, Mumbai now. Didn't know what I was going to do. Didn't know where I was going to stay that night or whatever. And that was how I managed my travels. And it was an amazing time because everywhere I met, particularly, I suppose, because I was on my own, I got talking to the people who were often living there, some of them travelers, but more of the case of meeting the local people. Because otherwise I wasn't having a conversation with anyone. So I was always striking up conversations and traveling. This was in the late 80s, early 90s, sort of that crossover period. Traveling through India as a lone woman came up with all sorts of extraordinary events just on its own, because you were a very odd thing at that time to be traveling on your own. But I had amazing times. And then after some months, I landed in Sydney, Australia, having gone through many other countries in Asia. And then I needed some money. As I said, I hadn't planned the trip. So I had no money left, and I really needed to pay for some lodging, I needed to eat.
Yeah.
And I got a job as the receptionist at the BBC. And the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, had a small satellite office in Sydney. And I got the job as a receptionist for 6 weeks, and it gave me some money. What I didn't realize was that I would be totally inspired by the manager of that office, who was a woman. And she was a woman. She wore a pantsuit to the office. Now, I'd come from the City of London. In those days, you couldn't even walk into Lloyd's if you were a woman in a pair of pants. You had to wear a skirt or a dress. So here I was in Sydney, looking at the most senior person in the office as a woman. And the very important thing that struck me was nobody talked about her gender. Nobody mentioned that she was a woman. She was the boss, and they all respected her. And I thought, gosh, perhaps you can make it as a woman. I'd never seen a role model like this before. And I thought, gosh, I can do this. And that was why when I came back after a year, I actually got offered my old job back. And I refused to go permanent. I said, no, I'll only take a contract, because I thought I don't want to end up right back in the company that I'd worked in for 8 years. But I did go on a contract basis, but I said, I'm going to do it my way. And it changed me. And that's when I started to realize, actually, I'm just going to be me. And if I want to wear a pantsuit to the office, I'm going to wear a pantsuit. And it was that sort of thing. And it was very much down to this inspirational role model. She didn't know she was being an inspiration to me. She didn't know she was a role model. And that's why I say to women everywhere, you're being watched by people all the time. You're being listened to. So all of us, actually everybody, but if you think about the power of being a female role model to others, it's extraordinary, because you may not even know that people are looking up to you in the way that they are.
And that's an interesting point that you make, because oftentimes I think we seek out more formal mentorship relationships. We find that one person that maybe has insight into our specific career, but I think it does go deeper than that. I think that the journey that we all take is made up of many experiences, and we can, if we open our eyes to what's going on around us, I think that sharing that insight with each other, but more importantly, kind of living your truth. I mean, and then that's a lot of what you're saying, is you finally found that authentic voice inside of yourself, and you decided to stick with that. And I'm quoting you. You at one point had said that the insurance industry nearly lost you because they didn't respect people for their differences. And to be sustainable, that you need to embrace inclusion. And that's a really powerful statement, particularly as we gather each year, whether it's the EMEA program now that's been with us for 5 years with Women to Watch, or the US program. It's about making sure we don't miss some amazing talent in our organizations now, because we're looking through a very narrow lens. And when we broaden that lens, we broaden ourselves and open ourselves up as organizations to incredibly amazing talent. Now, you've talked a lot about kind of living and working in the UK, and although there are a lot of similarities, there certainly are differences between kind of what was happening in the 80s and 90s in the UK and what was happening in the United States. But in 1992, you actually did move to the United States, correct? If I have my timeline right.
It was a little bit later. I joined a US company. I joined GE in 92.
Very good.
I didn't move to the US until 2001.
Okay.
But with GE. But I worked for an American company from 92. Yeah.
And what were some of the biggest differences that you saw, with companies here in the US, particularly how we were embracing diversity?
Yeah, well, I was fortunate, I suppose, to work for GE, because GE, and I know it's going through its rough times now, but in those days it was a real powerhouse, and it was an acquisition machine, particularly in the capital side of it. We were buying all sorts of companies everywhere. It was very, very exciting. But what it did was it took talent management very seriously, and it used to plan business and then talent, and it used to spend the same amount of time basically on planning the talent as it did on the business. That's how important GE saw its talent, its major resource. And as part of that, GE was promoting women, promoting people from different ethnicities, and it was proactive. And that was unheard of from any other company that I was working in London. Absolutely. I mean, it was way ahead of the game, but we were part of that. So even though we were a small office in London, we were part of that. And that's what basically took me to the US, because they were really after promoting you and proactively. And so for me, it was a fantastic opportunity. What I do smile about those sometimes is the teamwork. Because what I did realize, and it was because we think we speak the same language, i.e. English, I didn't do any cultural awareness training or anything like that GE offered. And big companies, I'm sure, when they when they put people around the world and put them in assignments around the world, often they will give you cultural training just before you move, so you understand etiquettes and things like that. I didn't think I needed it. So of course I arrived in the US thinking I know it all. I found it actually to be quite different. And one of the things that I got a bit frustrated with about when I was in London, we used to get a lot of team building sort of training and exercises that we used to have to do. And in the UK, you actually all work as teams naturally. I don't know, it's a very sort of buddy environment, quite informal in a way. But we were then thinking, why is there all this focus on teams? This is, of course, how we operate. And then I moved to the US and I realized how sort of ultra competitive it was. And I thought, gosh, no wonder they have to get people to work in teams so much, because actually, and I think it comes perhaps through some of the schooling, people are thought to be very much, independent. I can do it. I can do it. And so that alone took me a little bit of adjusting. And there were many other things actually that, I could sort of talk all day about the cultural differences, but because fundamentally our cultural differences are quite large between the Brits and the Americans, although it wasn't perhaps in those days, because now I think social media, the media, films and everything, they cross all sorts of boundaries. And I think the world in that way is getting much, much smaller, and those cultural differences are actually reducing.
Right, wonderful. You just said something I want to double back on just a little bit, and that is this essence of competition that exists in the U.S. offices. And you're absolutely right. We are raised with a business acumen and work ethic that says, I am going to drive hard, and the measurement of my success is a particular position or status or what have you. And it feels better, I think, at times in the US when you can say, I did that myself. Now, having said that, I think it's my opinion that women bring something very unique to that process. And I think it's one of the things that has allowed us to excel when given the opportunity in a leadership role, and that is of empathy, of teamwork, of collaboration. So did you come in, observe this, and then work to bring that level of collaboration and try to break through that competitive set directly as a result of your role?
Yes, and of course we all hate generalizations, but I think in my experience, when I've seen a lot of the females I've hired or have been working with, they do bring that. They bring an essence of conflict resolution rather than sort of seeking out conflict. They want people to work together, and they often want the team to be successful. But what I've also witnessed, which is sometimes to the females' detriment, is they're always filling the gaps of others. And I've seen this many times, and I used to do it. I want the team to be successful. So if somebody over there wasn't doing what they should do, I would try and fill the gap, make sure it was done so that the collective was successful. And I've seen that a lot for females. And sometimes we have to, I often tell women they should perhaps put themselves in the center a little bit more and not always think of others, because you've got to get that balance right. But yes, I did that when I came, and I was fortunate. I was setting up a new function when I moved to the US, so I could hire and handpick my own team. And I made sure it was gender balanced. We had people from all over the world, so different cultures working together. And I do remember, though, after a while, I inherited another team. And this is what I think about is so important, to work proactively on diversity. I inherited a small team to join my team after about, I suppose, 6 months, 8 months. And I went in to meet them all. And they were, I think, 4 or 5 white, grey-haired men. And the problem was, the next time I met them all, I couldn't remember who was Tom, Dick, or Harry, because I couldn't just differentiate between them, because they were like clones of each other. And I sort of walked in and I thought, I can't remember the names. And it was it sort of hit me to say, it's so important that we have diverse teams here, because all of these people, they're kind of the same and they're speaking the same thing. So how are we going to get creative here? How are we going to make sure we keep modernizing our processes and move forward? So I had many wonderful experiences, and not all of it taught. Some of it you just learn on the job through your experiences.
Right, absolutely. And then as you left GE, you moved into another role at Converium, correct? And as we talked about that a little bit, that particular experience, again, as you grew in your kind of personal, comfortable in your own skin and with who you are, but you found yourself now leading within an organization that was in some ways going through its own crisis, right? It was a turnaround situation. There was a hostile takeover. And so, again, I think it's one thing to find yourself as you move into your role and lead an organization that is stable and healthy and positive in many ways. It's another then to step into a leadership role during a time of crisis. And there's a couple of things I want to explore with you in that regard, and that is, how did that situation differ for you? Did you have to, again, going back to that kind of adaptability, did you have to find yourself shifting just a little bit in certain ways, and what were those? And were you able to really move things forward and to gain credit for those accomplishments, or were you really kind of tagged with the current situation of the organization, which was tumultuous, or however you might describe that?
Well, I know that they had searched for a CEO for Converium for 1 year because it was a disaster, I'm afraid. Long tail reserves in North America were hurting the company, and so they had to close down the US piece, and they were really struggling. The rating agencies had downgraded the company, they'd hemorrhaged business, their market cap had been smashed, and they had been looking for a CEO for 1 year. And I know some of the guys had been asked to take over, and they all said no. Now they then approached me. And
let me stop you. Why do you think they said no? Not to interrupt you, but I'm curious. I mean, that was a significant role.
It was a CEO of a publicly listed company. So for me, it was a big step, because I'd run a big division within a massive corporation, but now I was going to be the top shop. I believe some of the men said no because it just appeared too risky. And what I've discovered over the years is that, the more you have to protect, the more, you feel worried about going outside of that. So I find that a lot of men, they were very concerned about their reputation. They built their reputation up over years. They thought it was too risky to put their strong reputation on the line for this. I didn't have that. I wasn't part of that club. I was a female coming along, being approached, perhaps a bit left field for some people to think that I could have moved from running a division to now running a publicly listed company in a crisis. And I took it because, not that I wanted to leave GE, but GE had just sold the business I was working in. So that was why I decided to take it. And I thought, oh, this sounds very exciting. I had no idea what I was letting myself in for. Absolutely none. But I think my naivety sort of helped me because I just approached things in a very open way. I did change half my exec team, and that was important because I realized that I needed to get some new blood in, reinvigorate the organization. And we actually did a wonderful turnaround. We got our ratings back from the rating agencies within a year. We doubled the market cap. It really was. I felt that I'd nurtured a child back to life or something. And when the hostile takeover came, I was devastated. I mean, really devastated. I had never felt something to be ripped away from me like this, and that's how it felt. Now, Converium it was a reinsurance company, so it only did reinsurance, but it did global reinsurance. And it was actually spun off out of the Zurich Insurance Group many years ago. But it was, by the time we did the turnaround, a very attractive asset, because we'd cleaned up all the reserves. And that's when the hostile takeover came from SCOR, who said, oh, now this is a nice, tidy little asset. And it was basically sort of being taken away from me because they didn't need 2 CEOs if they were going to buy Converium. And it was very, very sad. But what I also found during that time was how strong you have to be, particularly when you're the CEO. And I communicated and communicated and communicated. And I know we talk a lot about the power of communication, but never more so than in a crisis. And even if you don't know the answers, this was when I realized it was better just to get up, spur of the moment, and say something to people, admitting what you don't know yet, being open about what you're still working on. That to me was a really, really big learning, which I used later on. Communicate, communicate, communicate. Because people want to think that someone's looking after them in a crisis. And you can show your vulnerabilities, that you don't know all the answers, but they want to feel that someone is looking after them and actually working on solving the situation. As it happened, we did the deal. we secured everybody's job, which was very important to me. I didn't want anyone to be let go. So we secured everyone's job. And I think now looking back, it was a wonderful learning experience for me. And it was a good goodbye for SCORE because they've done very well off the back of that acquisition.
That's fantastic. And I can certainly imagine having brought something through that terrible time, that difficult time, building the kind of teams that you must have built in order to accomplish that, that it must have been really difficult during that takeover to kind of watch that be handed off. But, you know, I think the other thing is when you can build something that has a legacy and you know that what you've left behind, you know, will sustain beyond that, you know, that's really important. I think that's leaving, you know, our current positions in a position where the next person can easily take them and move them forward speaks volumes about the individual who's leading that you know, company or that team at that point in time. So from there you joined Zurich and made another shift into another large insurance carrier in the industry. Talk a little bit about your experiences at Zurich. You had commented that in many ways equipped you for the next big transition, and that is what we'll get to in a second, your CEO role at Lloyd's. But talk a little bit about how that foundation at Zurich continued to prepare you.
Yes, it was, of course, and still is a very, very global company. And I had two roles during my time there. One was to lead the Zurich way, it was called in those days. It was fundamentally a major transformation of the company. Zurich and many companies have done this over the past. They've made hundreds of acquisitions around the world, but not really integrated them. So each company, whatever country it was operating in its own way. And the CEO at the time was Jim Shiro, who hired me. And he was very clear he wanted there to be a Zurich way of doing things. He wanted people to feel that connection right across the world. And something actually that GE has done very well. And I learned a lot through that. So I was tasked with doing that, which is just transforming the business and taking best practices and sharing them across the world. Fundamentally also saving money, but that the goal of it at the time was not about saving money. It was actually more of a cultural getting that same look and feel, but for customers fundamentally. You want, because you know big global insurers deal with big global clients, so they wanted that to feel like it was a very cohesive group. So I did the transformation, and then I also became the chief underwriting officer for the group. And that was great because that gave me real exposure. While I'd always worked in global roles, being chief underwriting officer for that group was huge. So I spent a lot of my time was on North America because that's a big part of Zurich's portfolio. But we also went into new markets. We went into countries in Latin America. We were in Asia, Russia. I think they sold that one since. But there was lots of new stuff going on. And I got a lot of experience of dealing with different countries, even more different cultures than I'd had before, I think. And importantly, going to some countries and realizing that they've got something actually much better in a relatively small market than you're doing in another very big market. So this idea that you don't have to be the biggest to be the best and have all the ideas. You can actually find wonderful things going on in small places. And that, it was a very enriching part of my career. And I was at Zurich for 4 years.
Fantastic. And then here's the big one. This is the one that I don't know that anyone will get tired of talking about because of how monumental it was at the time, but around 2013-ish, you were named as CEO of Lloyd's of London after a 325-year history within that very deeply rooted organization. They chose their first female CEO, and that was you. And if you ever thought before that you were stepping into something for which you were either not fully prepared for or had any fear or doubt. It seems like this would have been an extremely daunting transition. But again, you've commented how your journey really prepared you for that very large opportunity. I think in that, as you and I talked about it, it wasn't just the personal experience, but it was also the cultural shift. You've described yourself as a change agent, and there was a tremendous opportunity within Lloyd's to bring them into literally the 21st century in so many ways. So talk a little bit about both the personal and the professional challenges of making that significant shift. And then I do want to tie it into a conversation around kind of what that means, innovation, and what innovation can do in times of challenge and adversity.
Well, if I just go right back to where we started in the 80s. Now, I worked in an office that was on the other side of the road to Lloyd's. And in the 80s, Lloyd's was really, really scary. I mean, really scary to a young woman. And it was the last place on earth I ever wanted to go. I reinsured some of the Lloyd's syndicates. And of course, it's totally unique because it's a marketplace. And in London, very, very unique because it's a physical sort of trading floor where thousands and thousands of brokers and underwriters get together. But it was terrifying for me. So then in 2013, when I was approached, I could hardly believe that they were going to be considering me, because I just think those, decades earlier where I'd been so petrified of the place. The other thing was I didn't think they were serious because I was a woman, and I didn't think for one moment they would appoint a female CEO. So I went along for the interviews quite relaxed, because I thought, well, they're not really serious, but they want a woman on the list, and it'll be good experience for me to go through the interview process. And it was extraordinary.
Little did you know.
Yeah, and then it got closer and closer to December, which is when they wanted to announce, and I was still in the process, and I thought, this is extraordinary. And then I realized they were serious, and it all happened very quickly at the end, because leaks, the market's a very leaky place, and rumors get out, and so before we knew it, they were something had been leaked, and we needed to rush through the announcement, and it was extraordinary. Actually, I haven't checked what Business Insurance wrote about it, but I know one of the insurance trade magazines said the names in Lloyd's were the traditional investors. They were called names. The names will be turning in their graves was sort of one of the headlines. And I just thought, gosh, So I know that even when I started, there were some supporters, and there were some people who weren't very supportive, and that was a bit tough on you as an individual, as a person, to read some things that weren't very complimentary. But you have to be tough. And actually, it was after that I hardly ever read anything in the press about me again, because I realized that if I was to go through what I wanted to do, I couldn't be distracted by all of that noise, and very seldom would I read anything that was written about me, whether it was good or not. I used to let the comms team handle all of that, and if I needed to be made aware of something, then they would make me aware. But I decided it was too distracting, because it can really hurt you, and there isn't any reason to be distracted and hurt and waste energy and emotion on things that really at the end of the day aren't important. So personally, it was a real challenge to get through that, but likewise I also felt I had a lot of support. So I knew that I'd been hired to change things, to digitalize the market, move it from a paper-based process that had been going on for, as you said, over 3 centuries, to an electronic trading or placing platform. This is what I'd been asked to do. And I knew that the board who hired me wanted me to succeed. And I thought, this is what I have to do, and I will do this. And that's when I think my transformation experience, and particularly the Zurich days, helped me a lot, because I'd managed big programs. And what also helped me a lot was my underwriting, because I had come from the underwriting side. And Lloyd's is all about underwriting. It prides itself on its underwriters and their deep knowledge. And so I wasn't so much of an outsider. So that helped because I'd grown up as an underwriter. But even so, it was extremely challenging, and there were some very dark days.
And you talk about surrounding yourself with people that exceed with certain skill sets that maybe might be lacking, in yourself. So as you think about a major project like that, it's not rational to think that we would be good at everything, but yet the pressure to be good at everything is great. And I think it's significant for a woman, and a woman who's been given such an amazing opportunity as you had been given. But can you talk a little bit about, that's being very vulnerable, is to open yourself up, identify the weakness, and then find that person who's the right match for that.
Yeah, I am an impatient person by nature. I like things done very quickly. I am pretty competitive, and I certainly wanted us to be successful, but I realized that I needed an absolutely gifted chief operating officer to fundamentally be the overarching leader of this transformation project. And I found her. I found her in Shireen Puriha.
Fantastic.
And she was amazing. And we became the core team of it, but we became supports to each other. And we were the people that we would lock ourselves in a room, and that was when we could scream at each other. Nobody else knew we were screaming. Nobody else knew we were crying. And then we would sort of gather ourselves and say, step by step, let's go back out there. And so that was a very, very important part of the success of the transformation, because we were completely trusted in a completely trusted relationship, but in a way that we could experience, talk about the real emotions and the real concerns. We couldn't necessarily do to a wider audience, and that was a very important part of it. And I also made damn sure that my executive committee was going to be diverse in other ways. I wanted to make sure I had people from different cultures. I wanted to make sure I had definitely a gender split, and we basically got 50-50 on the executive committee. And I was very clear that when I was hiring people, I needed people not like me to also interview them, because of course I didn't want to hire people that I put in a box. So for instance, for me, because I've done a lot of different things in my life, because I am fairly independent, and I did leave the insurance industry, and I left this job because I didn't like it, and I've done things, I look for that in other people. You see, so if they have an unusual CV or resume, they're the people that I go after. But I know that I need some other people. I need different types of people on my team who maybe follow a more balanced and managed and controlled career. And so that's why I've always, for many years, made it very important that people not like me are also part of the decision process in hiring.
And you were a big proponent at Lloyd's of diversity and inclusion. And you and I have spoken about, diversity and inclusion is not just male, female. Even within the female, genre, there are, women come in all shapes, sizes, colors, cultural ethnicities, sexual identity, whatever that might look like. And you were very outspoken while you were at Lloyd's in making sure you were advancing diversity and inclusion across the board. But you also talked a little bit about there was some degree of an attempt to control that voice in you, to maybe, temper that, if you will. Talk a little bit about that, because I think that that's contemporary to today. We probably do find some of that, still that tempering of voice. Let you talk about it, but within a certain realm.
It's true. I had to temper some of it, and it became actually a real process that the communications team had to adopt. Because I didn't go to Lloyd's thinking I must talk about diversity and inclusion, but when I realized, or when I investigated by having conversations with thousands of people, I investigated why the modernization had failed. So millions had been wasted on previous attempts to digitalize. And I tried to work out what it was. I realized it was because there weren't enough different voices in the market. The market had been hiring people like themselves. So my little clone team of clones that I had in Kansas City, I now had clones of thousands of people. And I realized then I needed to get different people in if we were going to make the change happen. And that was why I started to say about the importance of diversity. But every time I talked about it, it seemed to, even if it was only 10% of what I said, it seemed to get sort of multiplied, and people heard me talking about nothing but that. So much so that I remember going to a big event in Germany. We had the German ambassador opening it was a special event for Lloyd's. We had the German ambassador, a man, opening up the day. He got up. I didn't know what he was going to say. He looked around the room and he said, my goodness, he said, you've got to do something about your lack of women in insurance, haven't you? He said, I look out on a sea of men, right? I thanked him. I did my speech. I didn't mention diversity. I didn't mention anything. And then throughout the rest of the day, I had all the individual meetings with people attending. And several of them said to me, oh, Inga, well said about the lack of women. And it hadn't come out of my mouth. And that's one of the challenges that we have. If women are doing all the talking, it seems to get amplified as though we're doing nothing but talking like that. So I got my comms team to track, so quite scientifically, how many times I talked about diversity inclusion, because I got direct feedback from the board that I was talking about it too much. And I actually managed it, and we managed it down to something like 17% was the time. People might have heard 87, but I know that I talked about it 17% of the time I made speeches.
Right. That's amazing. That's amazing to, to feel like we have to manage that conversation that way. But I think the most important thing is you haven't stopped having that conversation, and we are inviting men into the room to have that conversation, to be a part of that conversation. That's where we're going to help manage change. Certainly, we have just a couple of minutes left, and the title of this session was Innovation Through Diversity, and one of the things that really struck me as I kind of walked through your career path with you was, the toughest challenge I would imagine that you faced at Lloyd's, taking on that role within that culture that had been the same for 3 centuries, but then also moving that organization from paper to digital. It prepared Lloyd's in a way that I don't even think that you and Lloyd's could have anticipated. And that was to be prepared for the pandemic. So as we close today, talk a little bit about the fact that they opened themselves up to you, they opened themselves up to your way of thinking, and allowed you to drive change in the organization that now has benefited them during the pandemic. Say a little bit about that.
Yeah, because of course the digitalization was changing the way people were working, and people were feeling very threatened by this, and particularly the young people who just started out in their career and they thought their jobs were going to disappear. What in fact we did was we made sure that they were designing the jobs of the future with the technology, and then we were skilling them so that they could be part of the market and have really, really good careers. But it was an incredibly tough time, because you are, in many people's eyes, threatening their work. But we did do it, and I think within the first 12 months, we've got 40% of all the business traded electronically. I mean, it was fantastic, and now it's just gone up and up. And then, of course, COVID happens, bang, everyone's having to work from home, and they've got the electronic platform to do the trading instead of meeting physically face-to-face in the trading room. But who knew back in 2013, when I was hired, that it would be such a crucial part of surviving a pandemic that, yes, we sort of say that we'd sort of looked ahead and we knew there would be something happening. No one had really taken any mitigating actions for a massive pandemic. But there you were, Lloyd's was well and truly prepared.
That's fantastic. And Inga, there are a lot of young women who are beginning their careers in the business insurance arena. What would you say in closing to them? What would be your few words of guidance and inspiration as they think about and contemplate their career path?
I would say believe in your own ability, and support networks are so crucial. Surround yourself with them. Surround yourself with people like you, but also surround yourself by people who are different to you. But fundamentally, it's in here. If you've got the passion and you believe in your own ability, the sky's the limit.
That's fantastic. Inga, thank you again for spending time with all of us, for sharing your story and your journey. Congratulations from everyone at Business Insurance and the Women to Watch Foundation for accepting the honor of being our 2020 Inspiration Award recipient. You truly are an inspiration to us, and we thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
QBE North America, a global insurance leader, your partner in solving life's complicated risks. So whether you're an American farmer, homeowner, renter, mid-sized business, or somewhere in between, you can be certain QBE is with you.
The future is female, but the time is now. I look forward to and I'm inspired by seeing women in the C-suite as presidents, and not only in the boardroom, but as the chairwomen. This is applicable to insurance companies, brokerages, and various other industries where we may start out managing the risk or insurance, but because of our expertise, skill set, and value, we work our way to this top. Maybe as the first, but certainly not as the last, as we bring other women with us.
I am looking forward to the opportunities that women have in insurance. Most of all, I'm looking forward to the opportunities that women have in ownership. Less than 1% of minority women are agency principals. I want to see that change, and I know that there's so much opportunity for that coming. I see it in our selected partnerships. I see it in the minds and the mindsets that are changing about relationships and how we do business with each other. So that's one of the things that I'm really excited about in this industry, and that's women in ownership of agencies.
Looking to the future of insurance, I am encouraged to see more young people and college graduates enter the industry in large numbers. These fresh perspectives bring new ideas and excite all of us to be even more innovative. At ICAT, we are a data-driven company, and we continue to take advantage of new technologies every day. The possibilities of technology and data in insurance are very exciting, driving ease of use and accuracy of data. Combining these two factors, I can't wait to see all the new ideas we haven't even begun to explore.
From the very beginning of my career, I could typically point to only 1 or 2 women at a time in senior leadership roles in the companies I've worked for. What I've seen over the years is how this is growing from being an isolated 1 or 2 at a time. There's certainly still a long way to go, but I can see it's gotten better, and I look forward to continuing to see barriers breaking, for more women running profit centers and more women in C-suite roles. When I go into meetings, I have a habit of paying very close attention to the gender mix, and typically in the circles I travel, I don't get much more than 20% women in larger leadership meetings, and that's just too low. And when it comes to racial diversity, I'm often the only person of color. So how do we change that? Well, 2020 is a year of awakening in a lot of ways with the events that have happened, and we're engaging in conversations about diversity, equity, and inclusion at a much deeper level. There are racial and ethnic dimensions and gender dimensions, and we simply cannot let that focus off any of this. Personally, I'm lending my voice to some speaking opportunities to raise awareness about the lack of diversity in my profession, and I'm influencing recruiting and hiring practices for actuaries at my company. We need to continue to advocate for progress and expect it to happen. We have to be intentional because progress is not going to happen by accident.
As I look forward and think about women in insurance, we still have work to do. I'm grateful to work for a company that's focused on closing the gap on gender parity, and I'm looking forward to furthering our inclusion and diversity efforts. Diverse thought and thoughtful disagreement are what make teams and companies stronger. I'm excited about our industry and the opportunities that lie ahead for both women and men. Being a partner for our insureds to help them navigate through some of the most challenging circumstances is what makes this industry so dynamic, and we're in the middle of some very challenging times. I look forward to seeing how we respond as an industry to evolving risk and continue to provide solutions so that our clients can continue to do what they do best and provide services to all of us day to day.
One of the things I'm most excited about for women in the insurance industry are the different conversations that are happening now around diversity and inclusion. And I really hope that those conversations open up spaces for women in leadership
and make companies and management realize that they need to support and promote women.
To the women on this list and who are watching today, you are an inspiration. I think about my legacy that I'm going to leave behind, and I know we need you to be in the C-suite one day. I want to pay it forward to help get you there. We need inclusion not to be a hot topic. We need it to just be with your representation at the C-suite. To FM Global, you're not just a job, you're part of my family. You care about mutual policy owners that we insure, the success of our company, and we also care about each other. We've doubled down on inclusion. We are a company of continuous improvement that as an organization from all aspects, clients and our people, that we will continue to improve.
Technology is rapidly shaping the world in which we live and work, and women need to be an equal part of that change. The number of young women completing engineering and technology program has dropped significantly in the past several years. Women outnumber men at entry positions in the insurance industry, but the numbers drop significantly at the executive roles. Women are generally underrepresented in technology-related jobs and at leadership levels. I am most excited about empowering women in the insurance industry in technology to support digital transformation and drive innovation. We must ensure that women's participation in innovation is not the exception, but becomes the norm. It's the time for the rest of the world to follow your lead. We need to keep making progress now more than ever. The age of sticky notes and piles of documents are long gone. Today, insurers are turning to artificial intelligence and cognitive computing to augment their business decision capabilities. The insurance industry is privileged to develop products with deep sense of responsibility on improving people's lives. If you are passionate about making an impact in people's life and adapt to the technological changes, the future is waiting for you.
Looking forward, I think I'm most excited about the senior leadership positions that women and people of color are filling. The younger generations don't identify their colleagues by gender or by race, so they're making huge strides in creating diversity for all of us and within the insurance industry. This diversity results in dynamic changes that make the industry better for everyone, and it makes it stronger than ever.
Sharing a little bit about how I look at the opportunities for young women in our business, I'm very excited about the passing of the baton and the fact that we've got so many people in our business in key roles who are ready to retire, move on to the next part of their journey, creating a lot of opportunity for everyone in the business that is up and coming. I'm also very excited about the number of women that are going into revenue growing roles as well as shareholder roles as I look out across the industry, really leaning into roles that women historically have not necessarily played a role in. And it's a bright future for the young women of our business.
What I'm most excited about for women in insurance is how much opportunity is going to be out there for us. And as long as we're willing to take those opportunities, I think they are going to be presented to us. And so I'm just excited that we will continuously have opportunities in front of us.
It has been encouraging to see a noticeable focus on gender diversity in the insurance industry in recent years. But what excites me most is the acceleration with which the conversations around diversity and inclusion are moving in 2020. I believe we will see more opportunities for women at all levels as our companies, executives, and boards continue to take seriously building a more diverse workforce and becoming more purposeful in their efforts to drive change. As the chair of Everest's newly formed DEI Council, I am seeing that push for change firsthand within my own organization, and I am proud to see it supported at the highest levels of the company. I truly believe what is happening right now is something special and will set us on a positive path for years to come. Our society would not run without insurance, and there are so many opportunities within this industry. I think we need to do a better job educating young, talented women about these opportunities in insurance, and then we need to do a better job selling them on those opportunities.
That's an easy no-brainer. Uptime by Shazoom is what I'm most excited about as a woman.
Right now, our industry employs 2.8 million people. 56% of the entry-level positions are held by women. 30% of the vice president positions are held by women, and over 18% of the C-suite positions are women. Those numbers are growing every year. And for companies that have no women in leadership, that is actually down to under 15%. We are making a difference. Each of us have a responsibility to reach down and bring the next generation of women up right behind us. So everyone, please continue those great efforts.
This year, Ryan Specialty Group celebrates 10 years of excellence. Having grown and evolved from a small Chicago-based company founded in 2010 to a multinational specialty insurance organization, a decade of bringing value to brokers, agents, and carriers. RSG offers wholesale brokerage services through industry-leading RT Specialty and delegated underwriting expertise in the form of binding authorities, programs, and 22 highly specialized managing general underwriting companies. And this is just the beginning.
Good morning, and I would like to welcome you again to the Business Insurance 15th Annual Women to Watch event. My name is Bonnie Boone, and I'm an Executive Vice President at Arthur J. Gallagher in Chicago. I am also a board member of the Business Insurance Women to Watch Foundation, and I have the pleasure of introducing you to our keynote speaker, Carla Harris. Carla is Vice Chairman of Wealth Management and a Senior Client Advisor at Morgan Stanley. She chaired the foundation from 2005 to 2014. In 2013, she was appointed by President Barack Obama to lead the National Women's Business Council. She's an author and a gospel singer. She's written 2 books, Expect to Win and Strategize to Win. And in 2019, Carla and I were both named by Savoy magazine as most influential women in corporate America. I'd like to say that Carla is an excellent mentor, always willing to listen, to give advice and direction by her shared experiences. Thank you, and please welcome Carla Harris.
Good morning, Women to Watch. It is my honor to spend a few minutes with you to talk a little bit about what I like to call the pearls of intentional leadership. As you probably know, I've had the privilege of being in financial services on Wall Street for, as of this summer, for 33 years. And I dare say that I've also had the opportunity to sit at the feet of some amazing leaders and, frankly, not so much. And as I reflected on my 3 decades on Wall Street, I realized that very much like you, I had also grown up in a producer culture, which means that if you are a great producer, you are rewarded not only with outsized compensation, but also with promotions and titles and often seats of authority, leadership, and managing other people without any thought as to whether or not you are the kind of person that could motivate and inspire people to deliver beyond that which they thought they could do, or whether or not you're the kind of person that could actually see opportunity amidst chaos, or whether or not you're the kind of person that could pivot or could transform a culture amidst a tumultuous context. And frankly, that is the environment that we find ourselves in right now, which means there is a different type of leadership that is required in this moment. Now, I'm also going to argue that it wasn't just the global pandemic, or it wasn't just the social unrest on the backs of the racial injustice in this country that have created a different appetite and need, and frankly, requirement for different leadership. I would argue that it was actually happening before this moment. And it's the fact that millennials and Zers are quickly becoming the dominant population in the workforce. And they demand as table stakes three things. They demand transparency, inclusivity, and feedback. And if you're a boomer or an older Xer, you know you didn't get a lot of feedback along your career journey. You were told, keep your head down, work really hard. If you don't get fired, you know you're doing okay. And that kind of my way or the highway leadership style will never do in this kind of environment. It will not thrive in this kind of environment. So the question is, how do you need to show up every day if you want to be perceived as a powerful, impactful, influential leader? And I argue that you have to be intentional. And you have to be intentional around 8 things, or the 8 pearls, as I call them, my hard-earned and hard-learned pearls after spending 3 decades on Wall Street. The first of these pearls is authenticity. Your authenticity is your distinct competitive advantage. Nobody can be you the way that you can be you. And the day that you received your current opportunity, somebody else didn't get the job because you were the best person for the job. So the last thing any of us should ever do is to submerge that which is uniquely you. Anytime that you're trying to speak or behave in a way that is inauthentic to who you really are, that's when you create the competitive disadvantage, because you're using valuable intellectual capacity that you could use to really hear what your client or your team is saying, yet is not articulating. Valuable intellectual capacity that you could use to demonstrate that quick twitch response, and valuable intellectual capacity that you could use to co-create in the moment with that person on the other side of the conversation. As quiet as it's kept, ladies and gentlemen, most people are not comfortable in their own skin. So when they see someone who is comfortable and confident in their skin, they will gravitate towards you. If you are choosing today to sit in a leadership seat, it is imperative that you bring your authentic self to the table. When you bring your authentic self to the table in any environment, then you motivate and inspire those who are working with you. Notice I said with and not for. Those who are working with you to bring their authentic selves into that environment. And anytime any of us is in an environment where we can be who we really are, we will always outperform. And that will now accrue to your status in that leadership seat. I will tell you that when we went into this shelter-in-place protocol in the middle of March, I began receiving phone calls from C-suite leaders across all industries. The questions were, how do I lead in this kind of environment? How do I motivate and inspire my people when we're not under the same roof? How do I keep people focused on the objective at hand and continue to be productive in this quarter and in the next quarter? And it was interesting to me that these leaders found themselves amidst this type of crisis when they never thought that during their leadership legacy, they would have to manage something like this, that they would have to pivot a culture that's used to being more internal and not making external statements to a culture where they have to stand and deliver where they are in this society and speak in a way that they had never spoken before, and be mindful of external and internal constituencies. And I said to these leaders, at a minimum, you must do 3 things. You must be visible, you must be transparent, and you must be empathetic. In this environment that is full of uncertainty, people are craving stability. They're craving some signs of certainty. And you must make sure that you are visible with your people, even through these digital mediums. Because at a minimum, if they can see you, it is a substitute for the stability that they are craving at this time, because they are used to being able to see you and used to being able to be in the same place. So at a minimum, you must communicate so that they can see you. The second, you must be transparent about what you know and what you don't know and when you know it. Here's how we're thinking about coming back into the office. Here are the 3 things that we are looking for in order to give us a signal as to when we should go back. Here are the things that we don't know and we're not sure of, but let me tell you how we're managing around that uncertainty. You must be transparent about what you know and what you don't know and when you know it. Why? It underscores your authenticity. And when you are sharing information, you deepen the relationships that you have with your people who don't have access to that information. And more importantly, because you're in the business that you're in and I'm in the business that I am in, we get information that other people don't have access to. So when you share that information with your clients, you also deepen the relationships with your clients at a time that you can engage with them around a sale. The third thing is that you must be empathetic. Now's the time to say things to your team like, I know you must be feeling some kind of way. I'm feeling some kind of way. But let me tell you how I'm managing it every day. Let me tell you what I say to myself in order to drive my own productivity. Let me tell you how I'm managing to make sure that the professional doesn't bleed into too much of the personal and vice versa, and that my days don't become longer at work while I'm in this home context. Again, sharing these tools, sharing these strategies are ways to not only underscore your authenticity, but it's a way to build trust. And it's a way to build the relationship currency that will deepen your relationships with your clients and your internal people. Now is not the time as a leader to behave as if what we're all going through is not impacting you. That's the old leadership style, to show no empathy, to show no vulnerability. This is the first time in my professional career, and probably yours, where we are truly having a shared experience. This is not something that's just happening in the United States. It's not something that's happening in some remote country. This is the first time this is a global experience. And now is the time to underscore and enhance your leadership capital by showing some empathy. The second pearl that you must be intentional about if you want to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader is building trust. We are all competing in some way around innovation. It is the dominant competitive parameter across all industries. And if you agree with me that we are competing in some way around innovation, that means as a leader, you know that you will be going into territories unknown. And all great leaders understand that you cannot do it alone. You cannot do it alone. You will need somebody else's intellect, somebody else's experience, and somebody else's access to a relationship in order to successfully prosecute any endeavor. And in order to get access to your team's intellect, experience, and their networks, and everybody has a network, they must trust you. They must trust you. So the $64,000 question is, how do you build trust? The way that you build trust is that you simply deliver over and over and over again. When I think about how I try to build trust and build relationships with clients, I try to think of 4 things that I can do for them before I ever ask for anything. And people will always tell you what they trust and what they value. So in order to get them to trust you, you must understand what they value so that you can deliver on it, which means you must create the space so that they will tell you what they value. So let's say I've had a conversation with a client and they've told me that they're an avid runner. So maybe then I say to the client, hey, listen, I have a group of friends that are running the Berlin Marathon. I understand that you're running the marathon. Can I connect you to them so that when you land, there's a community that you can engage with? Because I understand that there's currency and connections. Maybe I say, hey, have you tried the new Nike shoe? I understand that they have created some unbelievable support for long distance runners. I know someone who can talk to you about the shoe. Oh, by the way, can I introduce you to my sister? She's an orthopedic surgeon. Every runner needs to have an orthopod on speed dial. Oh, by the way, here's an article I thought that you might enjoy. I try to think of 4 things that they might value before I ever ask for anything, so that by the time I ask for something, they say, wow, I wasn't thinking about giving Morgan Stanley any of that business, but Carla's done A, she's done B, she's done C, she's done D. Maybe I'll give them a little bit of this transaction. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all I need is a little bit of an opening. I can wiggle my hips through that and land and expand. More importantly, they trust me enough to give me the shot. The third thing that you must be intentional about if you want to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader is creating clarity. Now, I know I've just said that we are all competing around innovation, which means you are going to go into territories unknown. But as a powerful, impactful, influential leader, it is your job to create clarity even when you cannot see. It is your job to define what success looks like for the team, even if you are unsure. When people are clear about what success looks like, i.e. what they are playing for, then I believe as humans, we are motivated to outperform and deliver more than that which has been defined. But if people are not clear on what success looks like, you create a tremendous amount of frustration on the food chain. You know that you should be able to get more out of your team and you don't understand why you're not getting it. They know that you're not happy, but they don't know what it takes to get you to happy. So it is your job to define what success looks like. And oh, by the way, don't worry about making a mistake. If you start on a journey and you realize that you've made a mistake and it's the wrong path, then you take a page out of the technology industry's playbook. You fail fast. You take the blessings, you extract the blessings of the lesson from that endeavor, and you use it to invest in the next try and hopefully impact the next success. But you cannot fail to define what success looks like, especially in an environment that is characterized by so much uncertainty. It will create paralysis. You will lose productivity on your team. And in an environment like this, where you cannot touch your people, you are apt to lose some of your best talent. The next thing that you must be intentional about is creating other leaders. When you get to the leadership seat, if you are choosing to sit in the leadership seat, you must be disproportionately focused on creating other leaders. That is how you amplify your impact in your organization. Heretofore, your organization may have been valuing you because you were an outstanding individual contributor. You were a master executor. But once you get to the leadership seat, the organization is dependent upon you to create other leaders, because that is how they also expand their footprint. That is how they are competitive with respect to gaining more market share. That is how they can stay on the edge of innovation, by creating other leaders who think differently and who can innovate in a way that the past leadership has not been able to do. Your job, leaders, is to create other leaders if you are choosing to sit in a leadership seat. Now, this was an interesting lesson for me because I am a master executor. Left to my own devices, I will execute, execute, execute. I derive my joy from taking things off the list. But I realized that when I accepted the leadership seat, I had to think differently. And the way that I actually helped myself along the journey, because after all, leadership is a journey from execution to empowerment. The way that I helped myself along the journey is I thought about this as imagery. I used a little baseball imagery. I said, Carla Harris, the outstanding executor, the woman who has executed many transactions that have generated millions of dollars of revenue for the firm, she's standing on first base. But Carla, the outstanding leader, the person that can motivate and inspire people to deliver beyond that which they thought that they could do, the person that could transform a culture amidst a tumultuous context, that person, she's standing on second base. Carla, you cannot get to second base with your foot still on first. You have to be willing to let that go. Those things that allowed you to cut your leadership teeth, you must be intentional about giving those things to other people so that they can cut their leadership seat. And you must be mindful to leave room for them to do it differently, for them to innovate. The second thing that really helped me along the journey is that I heard my chairman say one day that he focuses on only those things that the CEO can do. If anybody else on his team can execute anything on his list, it should not be on his list, because he wants to focus on only those things that the CEO can do. Translation in my mind, ladies and gentlemen, Carla, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Leaders, just because you can doesn't mean you should. You should leave ample room for you to fully evolve and be intentional about that evolution into a powerful, impactful, influential leader. by being intentional about creating other leaders. The next pearl that you must be intentional about is diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you that diversity does not just happen. We are all vulnerable to unconscious bias, and I will give you an example of my own. I've had the privilege and the honor of creating a multicultural innovation lab within Morgan Stanley. It's the only in-house accelerator of any investment bank on the street. We bring in 10 companies per year that have been founded by women and multicultural entrepreneurs, and we give them 3 things. We give them cash, we give them 6 months of content to help them to develop from being a founder to a CEO, because you know there's a difference. And we also give them connections to some of our larger investment banking clients to help advance the scaling of their business. 18 months into the journey of building that lab and building a team, I looked up and my entire team was women. Oh, it was multicultural, but the entire team was women. Not an ounce of testosterone to be seen anywhere. And I knew immediately that I had a gap in my go-to-market strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not have diverse thinking at your decision-making table, you will have a gap in your go-to-market strategy, and you will unnecessarily expose yourself to competition that could actually come and displace you as a leader in your space. So it is important that you are intentional about making sure that you have diverse thinking at your table. And as a powerful leader, you must rail against the unconscious bias that is common in all of us. Here's a thought for you around the business case around diversity. If you agree with me that we are all in some way competing around innovation, then you must agree with me that it takes a lot of ideas to get to that one innovative idea that will allow you to obtain and retain a leadership position in your industry. Because after all, innovation is born from ideas. If you need a lot of ideas in the room, you need a lot of perspectives in the room, because ideas are born from perspectives. If you need a lot of perspectives in the room, you need a lot of experiences in the room, because perspectives are born from experiences. And if you need a lot of experiences in the room, you better start with a lot of different people in the room, because experiences are born from people. So you must start with a lot of different people in the room to get to that one innovative idea that will allow you to obtain and retain a leadership position in your industry. And if you're not with me yet, let me give you one last thought. When I walked out of the halls of Harvard Business School in 1987, excellence in leadership in corporate America looked like 6 white men at the top. That's exactly right. 6 white men at the top. Pick the industry, pick the company, IBM, General Motors, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Procter & Gamble. And I knew that as a woman of color, if I wanted to play, I had to be comfortable being the first and the only in many of these rooms. But that is not the case for millennials today. They have seen women lead. They have seen women in the C-suite. They might have a mother in the C-suite, or they might have a mother that's running the highest profile nonprofit in their industry or their city or their town. They have gone to these elite schools where a smart kid on the right is a smart African-American kid, smart kid on the left, smart Hispanic kid, smart kid in the front and the back, smart Indian, and American Indian or Asian kid, respectively. That's what excellence looks like to them. So when they are thinking about the companies that they want to work for, if they don't see their definition of excellence, they're not apt to go. And every company, especially in financial services, likes to feel that they are the employer of choice. But if you cannot exemplify their version of excellence, they're not likely to come. And oh, by the way, this generation cares very much about the jersey that they're wearing. Those of us who might be boomers or traditionalists or even Xers, we cared a lot about the opportunity, the career trajectory, the platform, maybe even the compensation. But millennials and Zers care about the jersey that they're wearing. They care that the companies they are choosing to work with, that they are aligned with their values. So it's important that you exemplify that excellence. The next thing that you must be intentional about is innovation. I think that I have made the case today that it is the dominant competitive parameter across all industries. So in order to make sure that your team is intentional about innovating, you must teach them how to innovate. How do you teach people how to innovate? You must teach them how to fail, especially when millennials and Zers are deathly afraid of failing. How do you teach them how to fail? You must celebrate the failures. When someone on your team takes a risk and it doesn't work out, as a powerful, impactful, influential leader, you must be very careful about how you react. If you have an adverse reaction, then the person on the other end of that conversation and the people who are witnessing that conversation, they will never take that risk again. As my grandmother used to say, a burnt child is afraid of fire. So instead of reacting in an adverse manner, you might want to say, oh, wow, Dan, that one's going to cost us. That was a huge mistake. That will probably cost us this quarter. But let's give Dan a hand because he took the risk. And because he took the risk, we have now learned these 3 things. And now we can take these learnings and hopefully impact our next success. It is important that you get your team in the habit of failing, because if they are afraid to fail, they will never reach far enough to truly innovate. And the way that you innovate is to reach far enough until you hit the wall that will allow you to go to market. And then once you've hit that wall and you have a product in the market, now the goal is to make sure that you go through that wall and get to the next level. And every time they hit the wall, you know they have gone as far as they can go in that iteration of innovation. But I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, especially with millennials and Zers, you must teach this. They do not have a muscle of failing because, frankly, as boomer or Xer or traditionalist parents, we have not allowed them to fail in the way that we were allowed to fail as we embarked on our career journey. The next thing that you must be intentional about as a powerful, impactful, influential leader is inclusivity. I have the privilege and honor of speaking at lots of companies when we weren't in this kind of environment. And generally when I go to their campus, they say to me, well, since you're on a campus, can you spend an hour with the CEO and his or her direct reports? And invariably behind closed doors, the question comes up, how do you show up as an inclusive leader? Ladies and gentlemen, the way that you show up every day intentionally as an inclusive leader is that you must solicit other people's voices. You must solicit other people's voices. I'd like to challenge you. The next 4 times that you bring your teams together, try the following. Here's the problem that we're trying to solve. I'm going to get us started in this conversation, but Abby, I'd like you to add on to this argument. And Bill, I'd like you to add on to what Abby has said. Now, Clarissa, I want you to play devil's advocate. Where's the gap? How would you argue the other side of what we have presented here? And Damon, I'd like you to add on to what Clarissa has just said. What have you done? You've done 2 powerful things as an impactful, influential leader. The first thing is that you've said, I see you, because you invited each of them into the conversation, each of them into the solution, each of them to reimagine the future. If you think about the context that we're in now, and you invited them in by name, which means you must engage enough with your teams in order to invite them into the conversation by name. And who doesn't value being seen by the boss? The second thing that you've done is that you said, I hear you. Not only did you invite them into the conversation by name, but you invited them in specifically to support or refute the argument that was at hand. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody values being heard. Everybody values being heard. Anytime that you say to someone on the other side of the conversation that I hear you, you generate immediate currency that you can now reinvest back into that relationship. And more importantly, the intended consequence of both of those actions is that you have now put everybody's fingerprints on the blueprint. Everybody is equally invested in the success or failure of that endeavor. And then lastly, if you want to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader, especially in this context, you must be willing to call a thing, no matter how bad the thing might be. Your voice is at the heart of your power. It's when you submerge your voice that you now become irrelevant as a leader, especially during the times that we're in now. You must be willing to call a thing. Your team already knows that the company is not doing as well as it had done in the past. Your team is anticipating that there is a restructuring or a reduction in force. If you fail to give voice to that thing, now you undermine your authenticity. You undermine the relationships that you have built. And the only reason that we don't exercise our voice, which is at the heart of our power, is that we're scared. And hear me clearly, leaders, fear has no place in your success equation. Fear has no place in your success equation. And as I close, I tell you that the strand that holds each of these pearls of intentional leadership together, the strand is courage. It's courage. Because it takes courage to call a thing, especially when the thing is pretty bad. It takes courage to give voice to the things that are going on around us that you know your people are feeling, but are afraid to talk about in the context of work. As a powerful leader, you have an outsized opportunity to instigate these courageous conversations in this context. It takes courage to be intentional, to invite people into a conversation, to invite them into creating solutions, to invite them into helping you reimagine the future on the other side of this pandemic. It takes courage to be intentional about innovating, to teach people how to fail when they are deathly afraid of failing. It takes courage to be intentional around diversity. It does not just happen for any of us. It takes courage to create other leaders, especially if you are unsure of your own leadership trajectory. It takes courage to create clarity when you cannot see. It takes courage to engage enough with people to build trust, and it takes courage to bring your authentic self into any environment, which is why so many people are challenged to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader in these challenging times, you must both expect and strategize to win. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to spend a few minutes with you this morning.
I would say that early in my career, I made the mistake in not knowing the value of and the importance of advocating for myself and building and maintaining a good network. I thought that being a high achiever would be enough and that people would come to me and offer me opportunities based on the good work that I was doing. Somewhere around mid-career, I was given some good advice, and I started to then shift my mindset so that in a parallel way, I always kept ensuring that I was a high performer, but I also was able to articulate clearly to my manager and to whomever my mentor was what it is that I wanted to do next. Therefore, I could get advice and work on preparing myself for the next role and working on any barriers to getting that role, even while I was performing in my current. So definitely not knowing how to advocate and learning that later in my career.
It's difficult for me to identify the biggest hurdle in my career. Whenever I encounter a challenge, I think about the struggles and disadvantages my family endured to bring me here. And it's greater than anything that I'm dealing with now. All for what? All to give me this voice.
Biggest hurdle in my career up until this point, I would say would be finding a voice in a meeting. Oftentimes in this industry of insurance and risk management, you will often find yourself in a meeting where you are the only female. And then to add to that, sometimes you are the only female of color. And so to be able to find your voice in a meeting and overcoming that hurdle of being able to speak up and be heard and contribute, that was one of the hurdles that I had to overcome. And it is one that I have done well and has suited me well throughout my career. I will say this, of having 4 daughters, my 2 older ones run track. And seeing them run track, they often perform in the hurdles events. And as they're practicing for the hurdles, each one becomes easier and easier and easier. And you see the confidence build as they cross over each hurdle. And that is what we do in this industry. You have a hurdle, you face it, and that builds your confidence for the next hurdle. And so that is one thing that I would say has served me well, and it is something that many women may face, of just finding that voice. But when you do, you jump over that hurdle and then you get ready for the next.
I suppose the hardest thing for me as a young female lawyer in the insurance industry was learning how to juggle my career and my home life. At some point, I realized that I could be a good lawyer and a good mother and a good spouse, but I might not always be able to do all of that at the same time. There are days when you are better at some things than others, and I had to learn that that was okay. If over the long run you're doing pretty well in each of those roles, you've succeeded.
I think that my biggest hurdle as a woman was feeling that I just wasn't ready for the next step and needed more time in my current role, but then realized that other people have put faith in my ability and leadership. I think the fact that Gallagher was named by Forbes as one of the best employers for women in 2020 speaks volumes and shows their commitment to the development of female leaders.
We can all agree that 2020 has been an extraordinary year, and these adverse times bring us new challenges. And for me personally, the current role as Chief Actuary at NCCI is my most challenging of my career. And for me, I go back to the discipline of strong leadership and focus on 5 best practices from the Leadership Challenge book. Model the way, enable others to act, inspire a shared vision, challenge the process, and most of all, encourage the heart. These best practices, combined with surrounding yourself with diverse talent, will result in better decisions in these challenging times.
Growing up in a third world country and living in a joint family system, I was taught to appreciate the little blessings of life. I lived in a home with a grandmother who raised 10 kids as a single mom, and with a mom who was a young widow. I was taught early on the values of being a strong, self-sufficient woman. When I moved to the United States, those values moved with me. I was privileged to get a higher education as my mom and brother worked hard to support me. This was no easy task, as we were not spared of the backlash the Muslim community faced after 9/11. Family was laid off, finding work was hard, but our family ties were strong, and our love always kept us together. My family and school kept me sheltered in a relative bubble. But bubbles burst. And as soon as I stepped into the professional world, the safety of school and the love of family could not always be there to protect me. Being a Muslim woman of color, it was not difficult to get picked out of a crowd. You stick out, but not necessarily stand out. It is easy to be overlooked for your accomplishments, easily get stepped on for promotions or accolades. I've practiced pharmacy in multiple industries, from retail to hospitals to the insurance industry. Only the names have changed. The challenges were often the same.
Over my years as a woman in the industry, I have had to overcome a number of hurdles. One of the biggest has been balancing career advancement with being a mother. As a new mom of 2 beautiful daughters in the year 2000, I accepted a promotion to the position of Commercial Lines Manager of the New York Division. It was a great honor and opportunity, but it came with a full plate of challenges. In the post-9/11 financial crisis, the division struggled with a myriad of small commercial business and was losing talent as experienced account managers began retiring. And for me, there was a 4-hour daily commute to deal with. Clearing the decks and fundamentally realigning the way we did business using challenge as opportunity was the answer. A team concept replaced a single manager division approach. A small business department was created, and a national and middle market platform with 4 teams were developed. New workflows and protocols increased efficiency and improved technology use. Division lines were dropped to foster collaboration and increase productivity. The push to a paperless environment created work-from-home opportunities and personal flexibility. This wholesale realignment let us develop expertise, hire new talent, and retain staff by providing a career for staff members. These concepts built highly profitable and talented national market middle market division. They were quickly adapted by other departments of the region.
Is probably the conflicting parts of me younger in my career, where I'm very servant oriented. I want to help my peers. I want to help people that I'm mentoring. I want to do things for the people that I work for. And then, primarily I want to help my clients. And sometimes earlier in my career, I was such a driver and I've got opinions and I want to lead, that a lot of people lost sight of the fact that the energy and my drive and my perspective was for others, not just myself. And so I think as I've gotten older, I have learned how to soften the driver part of me and be more conscious of the fact that people understand the why behind what I'm doing ultimately is for others. And so I think there are a lot of women in our business, especially starting out, that are young, that might have these big, strong driver personalities. Just remember, use that with good intent and use that to serve. And it will all, I think, be great at making sure that you're developing the types of relationships that you want in the business.
My biggest hurdle, I think the elephant in the room for a lot of young women, is juggling your home life and juggling a career. I have 3 kids, and my family always comes first, but I love my career. And, I think when you want both, it's possible to make it happen. There's 2 things I think that I've focused on to make both be successful and show up every day on both ends 100%. One is time management. I consistently try and execute on time management. And the second thing is preparation. When I'm prepared for work, for a meeting, when I'm prepared for my kids, in general, when you're prepared for everything goes much smoother. And I think preparation and time management can be a big part of women taking on more roles, higher positions, and really advancing in the insurance business.
The biggest hurdle in my career has been overcoming myself and my mindset. I came from a blue-collar family. I was the first to go to college. And when I started corporate America, I saw leadership styles and people who didn't look like me leading the organization. I didn't believe that there was a place for me in the upper ranks. I knew I was hardworking, I could learn the technical skills, and I really worked well in a team. But it wasn't until I changed my mindset and believed in myself through the encouragement of so many people around me, my mentors and some of my former managers and my peers, even clients have believed in me. It wasn't until I started believing them that my mindset changed. Once I changed my mindset and really owned my own authentic style, that's when I started to really develop momentum. So the lesson there is, don't try to be something you're not. Be your true authentic self and always know there's room to grow.
The biggest hurdle that I think I had to overcome was really myself. I had to, get out of my own way and continue, to convince myself that, that don't have the fear of failing. And I think that when you build a really strong support system around you and have mentors and champions that are invested in your career, is that, I was able to overcome that fear of failing and really push myself outside of the comfort zone in order to continue to move forward. So I think that was probably the biggest hurdle that I had for myself.
One hurdle I believe many women face is to be taken seriously. I found early in my career that people tended to underestimate my abilities until proven otherwise. I've been lucky, though, to find 3 great sponsors in my career who propelled me through those challenges, helped me build my executive presence, hone and strengthen my technical abilities, and provided access to career opportunities. My sponsors happen to be 3 white males. I say this to remind people that your champions do not necessarily have to look like you. It is hard to overcome challenges on your own if you don't have a champion. So it is important to seek out networking opportunities and build relationships in the industry with those who are willing to guide you in your career progression?
As I look back at my career and think about what were some of the biggest hurdles that I had overcome and how did I overcome it, it sounds a bit cliche, but it's absolutely true. It was really around the desire to have a successful career and in leadership and raise 2 children. In 2007, I moved to Atlanta and my son had just been born, and I was trying to learn a new geography, learn a new job, raise 2 children and do this all and maintain separation amongst my personal life and my professional life that allowed for an image of success in every area. And these things that make it successful or made me successful at the time was a drive to be good and an ability and a desire to really want to please others around me. And that became also super difficult to maintain and hold an image that I could do it all. And frankly, there's no way I could do it all, nor could any of us. And it wasn't until I started really asking for help and breaking down that barrier that, look, I can't do everything. I have limitations to what I can do this week. I am having a hard time leading people and as an empathetic leader, listening to things and then coming home and being available to my children. And once I started to be more vulnerable and clear around what I was, who I was as a person, I started to really flourish in my career. And it was an ability to lead with the things that made me a good leader, which was being honest and being empathetic and being sincere around the difficulties I was facing personally. And as I look at now, it's so relevant for all these women during the pandemic in the insurance industry. And what I'm most proud of is really watching women who've always worked hard, who've always tried to balance a number of things, a career, a family, being a mother, doing all these things in their community and struggling with how to do it. And now there's a different voice. There's an honesty around how we approach the problem. There's an acceptance that we can't do it all. A child runs into the screen and people recognize that sometimes you have to go or you have to hang up the call. And so I'm super proud of women who are in leadership and the fortunateness I've had to work with a number of them that have learned to accept their limitations and be honest about the aspects of their life that are challenging and ask for help. And through asking for help and building a network, we're stronger than we were ever independently and trying to maintain an image of perfection. So this desire to be vulnerable and really raising our hands and then standing together allows for different solves. And we are going to approach things differently in 2021. And that's so fortunate for all of us.
Congratulations to the Business Insurance 2020 Women to Watch, especially Sharon Robinson, Zurich North America's Chief Pricing Actuary. In an unforgettable year, your leadership has made a lasting positive impact and is helping build a brighter future for all of us.
Hello, Women to Watch attendees and supporters. I'm Crystal Brown, Women to Watch Alumni Foundation board member and the head of the fundraising committee. The formation of the Business Insurance Women to Watch Foundation was born out of a desire and commitment by past Women to Watch Award honorees to reach beyond our industry and to create positive social change in the communities and the world in which we serve. The creation of this initiative lays the groundwork for us to provide resources and support for targeted philanthropic causes, and by aligning with like-minded initiatives working on the ground, we can financially support sustainable programs and have a direct and long-term impact. Together, we create lasting and positive change in the lives of those we touch by being innovators, leaders, and contributors to an inclusive society so that everyone we touch thrives. On behalf of the board, thank you for your very generous donations this year. 2020 has been a challenge. With your help, we've generated nearly $6,000 already through event registration donations alone. Let's keep that momentum going. This is the 15th anniversary of our awards program, and we are excited to launch 3 new fundraising initiatives. First, we are hosting a 4-day popcorn fundraiser with Double Good from December 8th at 9 p.m. Eastern Time through December 12th at 9 p.m. Eastern. Shop gourmet popcorn flavors and be sure to stock up for the holidays in order to help the Women to Watch Foundation reach our fundraising goal of $20,000 in sales. All orders should be placed by Saturday, December 12th at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Second, we are hosting a virtual wine tasting event on December 21st, just before the holidays. Join Love Corkscrew for an exclusive virtual wine tasting event. Each registration includes 2 to 3 bottles of wine delivered to your doorstep and a Zoom tasting. Tasting includes wine education, tips, and suggested food pairings prior to the live event. Make sure you register by Monday, December 14th to participate. Lastly, we are excited to launch the Women to Watch Zazzle store with our very own merchandise. Planning to buy gifts for the amazing women and girls in your life this holiday? Fulfill all your gifting needs at the Women to Watch Zazzle store. Items commemorate the 15th anniversary of the awards program. Please visit the Women to Watch Foundation page on this event site to learn more about all of these fundraisers and how to participate and support us. We look forward to continuing our mission into 2021 and beyond. Thank you again for all of your generous donations and your support.
It was an exciting time for me because I was new to the RIMS board and later went on to become RIMS president in 2014. I've always considered BI to be a great resource for what's happening in the industry, and I was really honored to be named a winner along with so many other successful women.
We are all living through unprecedented times, and I've found that the Business Insurance Women to Watch community is a great way to connect, engage, recognize, and support one another. We are all better together.
I'm Cynthia Schaas, and I was thrilled to be one of the 2010 Women to Watch. Since then, I became co-chair of the insurance practice group at my law firm, Evershed Sutherland, a global firm with over 3,000 lawyers. I also served on the U.S. Executive Committee of the firm, and I currently co-chair our global board. I've grown professionally over these years. I'm now privileged to serve as a trusted advisor to the most senior executives and the boards of my clients on some of their most significant strategic initiatives and issues.
When the Women to Watch Awards started, I was one of the inaugural class of winners. And it was an award, it was a mention in the magazine, and that was it. As it's grown, it has become a movement. It's become a group of women every year that is glad to welcome another strong group of women into our fold. It's a network. It's a thought process. It's a full day seminar. It's today a global video, and it is somewhere I look to for inspiration, for ideas, for new people to think about, for positions, for insight. So it's become more than just the Women to Watch Award. It's become part of how I define myself professionally.
The Woman to Watch honoree back in 2011 meant something very different to me than what it does today. While always an amazing honor, in 2011, I'd been at Cedric for almost 10 years, less than now. And I'd spent a lot of time building products and client relationships and the partnerships we needed for Cedric to be successful. And the Woman to Watch honoree brought that all together with internal recognition, external recognition, and brought me into this family of Woman to Watch honorees that, if not for the Woman to Watch program, I would have never met. And then personally, I'd been a single mom for a number of years and had 2 young daughters. And helping build Cedric at the time was not only a full-time job, it took up a lot of life. And I was away from my children, and there's always that mommy guilt for that. But as I was awarded Woman to Watch, my company also recognized my children and the fact that not only was I the diamond of the company's eyes, but the children were my diamonds and the diamond of my eyes. And that meant so much to my children. They would say to others, my mommy's company needs her, and they know she's our best mommy. She's the best mommy out there. And as somebody who really did try to balance work and life, but never quite felt it was there, just having that support of my children and recognition of me as a mother meant the world to me. And I can tell you my daughters are 19 and 22 today. They still adore Sedgwick, look at me as their role model, but also that moms and women have great opportunities to be successful. And so what did I do with my Woman to Watch? When I look today in 2020, I was a co-founder of the Alliance of Women in Workers' Compensation. I felt I should wear my Woman to Watch as a badge and an honor. And today, with over 5,000 members of our Alliance of Women in Workers' Compensation, a part of every day for me is helping to lift up other women in the insurance industry, whether that's senior women or rising stars, and to give back through personal, professional development, as well as industry education. So how are you wearing your Woman to Watch? Congratulations to all the 2020 honorees, and special thank you to Woman to Watch for organizing this wonderful program.
Hello, my name is Teresa Bartlett. I was a 2012 Woman to Watch honoree. It meant so much to me at that time, as it still does. It still brings a lot of joy to me. In 2012, when I was nominated and indeed won the award, it was an eye-opening experience to be among such great women leaders in the insurance industry and to make so many meaningful connections.
Hi, I'm Brenda Ostenfeld, President of RT Specialty's National Property Team and part of the executive team for RT Specialty. Congratulations to the 2020 honorees for Business Insurance's Women to Watch. It's a terrific honor, and that which you'll hold special for years to come.
Being named to Business Insurance Women to Watch list meant everything to me. I was so excited when I received the notification that I was being honored that particular year, along with a wonderful list of ladies throughout the country and Canada. I was named in 2015 to the list. That particular year, it was the 10-year anniversary. We had an evening gala and programming spanned over a couple of days. This meant so much to me that when the office provisionally opened after COVID, I went in to pick up some personal effects and I brought my award home. This way I could sit and enjoy it here 8 months later and just be constantly reminded of how wonderful this was and how important it was to me in my career and how I joined a sorority. In college, I was not pledging, and I feel every year when they come out with a new list, it's just a new round of pledges. And now we formed a sorority of sorts, and all the women that have been named, both in North America and EMEA, we're all now connected, and it's just a great recognition, and I congratulate all the winners this year.
With this being the 15th anniversary of the Women to Watch, I'm excited to be part of this and to look back on my career since being in the inaugural class of 2006. Wow, 15 years has flown by, and at the time I was a partner at a company called Westrope and busy in the changing property world with all that was happening at that time. We grew Westrope to be the 6th largest wholesale broker in the country, and then sold in 2013 to RT Specialty, Pat Ryan and Tim Turner. Very excited to be part of this group. It's been a thrilling part of my career to have grown and expanded in such a terrific way, as well as to lead and mentor so many terrific professionals into great professional brokers, and superstars along the way.
After being recognized as a Business Insurance Woman to Watch, I was very happy to share the stories of how I actually got there and how I was recognized for the work that I had done. I enjoyed talking about all of the projects that I worked on, from helping small communities with building power facilities so that they could just, light their homes and heat their homes, to being able to provide businesses with financial support in products that enabled them to get financing in order for them to build their businesses. However, after receiving the award, I realized that now I was a woman being watched. And I thought that it was very important for me to find something that I really enjoyed and that had an even bigger impact on the insurance industry. So I started the search to find a possible way of giving back to the industry by being able to mentor, to be able to help individuals who were looking for advancement in the industry, to be able to do that. And I finally landed in what someone called my insurance nirvana, which is now teaching. So I think that I have, as a result of being honored as a Business Insurance Woman to Watch, I think that I've actually found my place in a way to really make an enormous contribution to the community and the insurance industry at large. So I think that that's something that was really positive coming out of the experience.
I was named a Woman to Watch in 2018, and at the time I was the Director of Enterprise Risk and Global Insurance for Groupon. I had built that function and was continuing to build it out. And in the year and a half kind of following that 2018 award, I had developed two passion projects, one around leveraging our data to drive better insights into our risk profile, and another around leveraging Groupon's partnerships to potentially drive revenue for the company in an affinity-like structure. So now I've actually pivoted my career to kind of follow kind of the path that those two passion projects were leading me down. So I am actually now at Marsh. I am their strategic claims and client engagement leader. And as part of that role, I'm part of building out the claims, digital and data strategy, for Marsh. I'm also, part of supporting the organization and clients and giving them better insights based on data to leverage their own organizations and partnerships and potentially drive revenue. So a lot of the things that I really loved about what I was doing at Groupon, I am now doing on a more kind of full-time basis in my current career. So I would say this transformation over the past couple of years has been amazing. I'm really excited about kind of using those passion projects kind of fuel my career and work decisions to doing something that I really love doing.
The recognition of being a woman to watch has led to a lot of different pathways for me. First of all, it introduced me to a lot of clients because of the press and the amount of energy that Business Insurance and Sedgwick put forward as a result of this award. I got to form new relationships with many different clients and industry leaders that I would have never had the opportunity to meet otherwise. I also have been promoted since then, which is also a great thing for me and for our industry. Anytime a woman can advance in their career, it really means a lot. I think we need to look out for each other and protect each other and promote each other. This is a very important aspect of Women to Watch and what we are doing as an industry to advance women in the insurance industry.
How do women rise up and lead? And especially when we're in the midst of this pandemic, there are so many opportunities. We can lead by example. We can do webinars. We can do podcasts. We can communicate through the different digital channels and social media and get our messages across as to the importance of women in this industry, as to trends with our clients and prospects. We can serve on boards of directors and lend our insights and be independent directors. There are so many things we can do as far as the challenges ahead and keeping people calm and moving forward during this terrible crisis that we're all experiencing.
When I think about how women in insurance are rising to the challenge of leading during these adverse times, it makes me incredibly proud. COVID-19 has affected the lives of people around the world, but in particular, it's having a regressive effect on gender equality. In fact, women's jobs are more vulnerable to this crisis than men's jobs. One reason for this greater effect on women is that the virus significantly increases the burden of unpaid care, which is disproportionately carried by women. For those women able to maintain their jobs, it's amazing to me to see their determination and fortitude. They are teaching multiple children, helping care for elderly parents, and working full-time. My advice is to take care of yourselves. Remember, you can't care for anyone else if you don't care for your own well-being. You are worth it.
I think women are leading during COVID in the same way we lead every day. We're multitasking at the highest level. We're leading companies to take computers out of walls and send 95% of our workforce home in days. We're then monitoring productivity, servicing clients, keeping people on track, and at the same time nurturing colleagues and employees to make sure they're okay, realizing that more than half of the women in the workforce are probably taking care of children at the same time that they're doing their jobs at these high levels, and we're thinking about ways that our companies can respond to that challenge, to give them the support, to give all the families the support. And we're aware that women are leaving the workplace because of these challenges and thinking, that's not okay. What more can we do? What better ideas can we look at? And then we're looking at the insurance industry and realizing that we are serving a greater good. We are helping our clients take care of their employees, our customers take care of their customers, companies to take care of their brands. It's important work, and women have always led in that effort.
I'm excited to be here with you today as we celebrate 15 years of Women to Watch. In 2013, I was personally honored to be recognized by both the industry and our industry peers for hard work and perseverance, but more importantly, to become a part of an amazing group of women, an elite group of women across the broad spectrum of our industry. And these same amazing women have risen to the challenge during these adverse times. Most importantly, they have demonstrated that they put their people first from their organization to ensure their safety and well-being, to ensure they're engaged with, interacted with, and demonstrate flexibility with many various situations they usually wouldn't have to be confronted with. What's even really interesting to see and exciting to watch is they have turned these adverse times into positives, whether it's work from home plans or taking processes that have taken sometimes weeks, days to do and turning them into hours and making things far, far more efficient. It's an honor to be a part of that group and those amazing women.
After being recognized as a business insurance woman to watch, I've realized that I can help create awareness about our industry to attract the next generation of talent. For anyone who enjoys competing as a member of a team, solving complex problems, creating a better future, and helping people when they need it most, insurance is an awesome career choice.
Looking forward, I think more leadership roles will open up to women, not just in your typical women's roles. We will no longer hear that someone was the first woman named to a position because it will be such an everyday event. That will be a great day for everyone.
I hope that women in our industry today will take a page out of our society and what just transpired with Kamala Harris being Vice President-elect, breaking glass ceilings, and entering into one of the highest offices in the land. And I hope that there will be women CEOs of insurance companies, insurance brokerage firms. They will take us into the future with innovativeness and creativity.
My advice to young women in the insurance industry looking to develop and maybe move into a leadership track is to never let go of the control of your own career. It is so easy to fall into the trap of waiting for your boss to serve you the next opportunity. And sometimes that happens, but in the meantime, it's just really important to constantly be on the lookout for opportunities, network, participate in trainings, raise your hand, volunteer for a project. So that's one thing that I think is really important. Another thing is to practice asking for and receiving feedback. Becoming coachable will enable you to close the gap between how you want to come across and how you're actually perceived. Feedback is always a gift. You don't always agree with the feedback and you can decide what to do with it, but it's always a gift because it will enable you to develop and grow.
If I had to boil it down, I'd give 4 pieces of advice to women. Lift each other up. Elevating others will help you elevate yourself too, especially in the case of other women. We need to support one another. Women also should champion their own careers. Don't be afraid to advocate for yourself. Sometimes good work doesn't always get recognized, and it's okay to speak up. Foster a culture of inclusion and respect, and be courageous. When you witness difficult situations or bias, be willing to point it out. And finally, be an active listener and a constant learner to promote a better understanding of other people and perspectives.
What has not changed is that I continue to live by the words of my mentor, Donald Green, that our guiding principle must always be excellent client service. I have several additional pieces of advice or lessons learned for women in earlier stages of their careers. First, dream big and believe in yourself. Assume that there are no barriers or glass ceilings that will be insurmountable or impenetrable for you. Take risks, and if you fail, move on. Learn from them. In other words, nevertheless, persist. Find mentors, plural, and learn from them. Hone your skills. Develop your experience and your knowledge and become the best lawyer or actuary or whatever you are that you can be. And recognize that those skills must include how to be client-focused, responsible, and responsive, how to listen sincerely and to communicate, and how to anticipate the needs of others, both within your organization and outside of it. Trust in your authenticity and also in your ambition. Be the CEO of your own career. Be intentional, set strategic goals, and prioritize, but also be nimble and open to opportunities. Seek leadership roles and accept them when they come your way. Then own your power and lead with confidence and conviction. If you ever doubt your readiness to do something, or even just hesitate to speak up, just ask yourself, what would a man do? And when, not if, you do succeed, pay that forward for other women.
What is my advice to women thinking about joining the insurance industry? Well, come on in, ladies. There's plenty of room, especially at the top. Insurance is not going away. We spend so much money on homeowners insurance, car insurance, workers' compensation, professional liability, construction defect, manufacturing, restaurants, retailers, everything is insured. We are a hub of this economy, and you can be part of that. Gallagher Bassett's been in business over 50 years. Arthur J. Gallagher has been in business 90 years. We are there when people need us most. CFOs, CEOs, chief actuaries, chief claim officers, risk managers, human resource professionals, general counsels. You can have any kind of career you want in this great industry.
My advice is to make it your business to go beyond your business. I think it's no secret that we need more women in the insurance industry and more women in senior leadership in the insurance industry, because bringing that diversity of perspective and experience is what makes a better idea, a better product, and ultimately a better industry. And our next generation of women will continue to bring that value. But I challenge them and you and all of us to go beyond our current perspective and experience and make it our business to go beyond the risk and insurance business. Diversity of thought is what drives innovation, in my opinion. They say there are really very few new ideas or new concepts, and I think I agree with that. But one of my own personal joys is finding new connections between existing ideas and existing concepts. So you're going to bring a fresh take to an area and to this industry if you're pretty consistently reading about new ideas and thought leadership from areas outside of risk and insurance. So for instance, what does data science have to teach risk and insurance, which may be kind of obvious? What does art have to teach risk and insurance? What can we learn from nature and biology? One of the most beautiful things about this industry is that it touches everything. Risk is inherent in everything we do and every place we go, in every established industry and every sole entrepreneurship. So being a part of this industry also carries with it this amazing invitation to kind of follow anything that stokes the flame within you. And that diverse perspective is what women can bring to the table and enhance when they also bring their curiosity with them. So keep your eyes and your ears and your minds open, do different things, exercise that curiosity muscle, and make it your business to go beyond your business.
If you are considering a career in the insurance industry, I think that there are three very important things to know. One, if you are confident about your skills, then it doesn't matter what you know or don't know. And you will be able to find the people in the industry who will be able to help you through whatever it is that you need to learn. And that actually is a testament also to the people in the industry. I've probably never met more generous, more knowledgeable, and more talented people in my career. And it's because of them that I was able to achieve what I had done. And then finally, I think that you need to be very open to the unknown. And being open to the unknown will enable you to identify many opportunities to do many different things and to really find what it is that you are comfortable doing and happy doing, which will make you most productive. So I think that those are three key things. Number one, be confident in your skills. Number two, be open to the unknown. And number three, make sure that you leverage the talent and the generosity of the professionals around you. And I think that that will actually lead you to a wildly successful career in insurance. Thank you.
For the women out there that are considering a career in the insurance industry or in the risk community, I just say go for it. As many people have gotten into this industry, I fell into it by accident 31 years ago. It started out as a part-time job for me through college, and here I am having the time of my life. It's been a challenging year, but insurance is never boring. You are always learning something new, and you're just surrounded with a great bunch of people who are here for the cause. So I would say go for it, be patient. It doesn't happen overnight, success. It's quite a large industry, but we welcome you and we hope to see you on stage one day, and I hope to be working with you one day, and I hope that you're my boss in the future one day. So thank you.
So for you young women entering into our workforce or entering into the industry, it's a great, fantastic industry to be a part of. Why? You got baby boomers that are retiring, which promotes a wealth of opportunity coming up through the ranks. We've got technology evolving, innovation occurring, demographics changing, significant opportunity at their fingertips. But the advice I'd also give you is make sure you embrace your male allies and have them be a part of your support system. To also raise your hand for opportunities even when you might not be 100% ready. And the last piece of advice I'd give you is no matter what your role is, make sure you invest in yourself. Invest in yourself from a knowledge and education perspective, and include financial acumen, because you are going to need that as you become a future leader of our industry. So today we celebrate 15 years of Women to Watch, and I look forward to the next 15 and watching all the folks that come up through the ranks as we celebrate them as future leaders of our industry.
One thing as a piece of advice that I would offer to any female that is contemplating getting into the insurance industry is, I'll promise you one thing. You will never be bored, not one single day, if you go into this industry. It is infinitely interesting. You meet people from all over the world. There are so many different aspects. For example, I'm a doctor and I am so busy and I have forged a career in this industry and I love it. I wouldn't have chosen anything else and I never intended on it. It just happened by accident. So I would just encourage anyone thinking about it to get into this industry.
We are women to watch.
We are women to watch.
We are women to watch.
We are all women to watch.
We are 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 women to watch.
Risk has always been a fact of life, and in an instant, it can change the world around us, challenging our society, values, and humanity. In these critical moments, we have always risen to the occasion with expertise, innovation, and diverse points of view, and we'll continue standing by your side, helping you shape your story, even through the toughest of times, because every great story needs an ally.
Hello, everyone. We're excited to be with you today as Business Insurance celebrates 15 years of Women to Watch recognition. Unfortunately, we can't all be together as we typically are during this September time to celebrate the outstanding women that are being recognized for 2020. But we're going to do the next best thing. We're going virtual. We have all endured 9 months of very unprecedented times with the pandemic, and we've had to shift as leaders as how we operate, engage, and take action compared to what we might have done in the past. Today, I'm excited to have 3 fantastic leaders for our CEO panel to discuss successful leadership in a global crisis. I'm Danielle Lisenby, your moderator today. I'm currently appointed president of MedRisk, the former president and CEO of Broadspire. And I would like to introduce to you our panel of leaders we have with us today. So Lori, let's start with you.
Thanks so much, Danielle. And I'm Lori Golterman. I'm the CEO of Aon's US business. I lead our commercial risk and health business, and really happy to be here today. Wish it were in person, but a huge congratulations to all of our winners and looking forward to the panel.
We're excited to have you, Lori. How about you, Mike?
Thanks, Danielle. Same as Lori. Congratulations to all of our winners, and I'm thoroughly excited to be here today. I'm Mike Pesch. I'm the CEO of the retail property casualty business for Gallagher, and here in the United States. And again, I'm really excited. Again, I wish we could be in person, but I think this will do.
Thanks, Mike. We're excited to have you. And Lynn?
Thank you, Danielle, and congratulations. This is actually my favorite event of the season. My name's Lynn Oldfield. I'm the president and CEO of AIG in Canada, and I always make the trip to New York for this luncheon. So I am really missing seeing all of you in person. What a pleasure to be here.
Thanks, Lynn. So like we said, we're excited to be here. We're going to get this conversation started. And I'm going to start with the first question here. So people are the center of the insurance industry. How have you maintained or adapted your company culture during these times? Lori, what do you think?
Well, it's, the place I would start is back in March. I think when we first all went home for the pandemic, we grabbed our laptops and probably thought it wasn't going to last the 9 months that we've been here. That's to overnight, to think that we could have 55,000 people in 500 countries log in and have it work overnight. I wouldn't have thought it to be possible. And here we are 9 months later, and we have 100,000 people on WebExes every day, like we're doing today. And I think the biggest and most immediate change that I had to make as a leader is to be flexible, to be agile, and to be really empathetic. I think as we're all settling in to working from home, that home and work life is really merging into one. So how do we make sure that we have enough flexibility in the jobs that we're doing when maybe a working parent is trying to log their 7th grader on to do math and Zoom? Maybe the workday isn't the normal hours that we think of. So I think we immediately pivoted to an entirely different communication strategy and an engagement strategy. While we're always communicating as leaders, this was different. This had to be multiple forms, multiple ways that we could reach our people, podcasts, videos, email, and really think about the engagement side. So if you're used to getting together with your team in person, what were going to be the new ways that we could really have that collaboration when we can't be together? So we've been really changing and trying to innovate and share with each other. The second I would say is it's been refreshing how open clients are to engaging in new ways. I think we all remember the 2-week trip that we might make to London and Bermuda, and now we might do that in 4 hours virtually. And I think some of this might even be a silver lining to say, when we can go back into the office, what will be the new norm? What will we adapt? What will maybe change forever? And I think these are the things that as leaders, we're all exploring. And I think that's what's going to really dramatically change our insurance industry long term. We're certainly looking at it at Aon. And one of the things I would say we're protecting is what I would call the 3 C's. When you think about what the new norm might be, how far can we push that? But what we've got to protect culture and collaboration and career development. And so I would say I think I'm very hopeful of a vaccine, Danielle, but this has been a very different 8 or 9 months, something I never could have imagined. So
well said, Lori. Yeah, well said. Thank you for sharing. Hey, Mike, how about from your perspective? You can add on to what Lori's perspective is?
Yeah, I would tell you, I agree wholeheartedly with what Lori said. And actually, when we were talking earlier, I love your 3 C's. I think that is absolutely fantastic. It's to the heart of really everything because, from the get-go in the pandemic, there was a lot of uncertainty. Nobody knew exactly what was going to happen. There was a lot of, you could tell, tense folks within our company and outside of our company. And so maintaining those 3 C's, boy, I love it. I think that is just absolutely fantastic. I think, when I think through the last 8 or 9 months, early on, it was all about communication and having different channels of communication. We were fortunate at Gallagher. We had an app that we had rolled out for internal communication purposes several years back that we were using really to highlight new wins, new sales, new opportunities, things of that nature, and the ability for people to then see their colleagues and engage in virtual happy hours and talk about. We had some fun with it. We would put out little contests about how we stay connected and around obviously around Halloween we were doing send in pictures or post pictures of your family, your kids, just really trying to personalize what was normally happening every single day inside of our offices, and you lose a bit of that. And who knows where the future of real estate will go and how we will work together once COVID is behind us. But maintaining that level of connectedness to your employees is so important, because as vulnerable as we can feel as leaders, you can only imagine what folks are going through in the field that may be more remote and not nearly as connected with others. And so making sure you're staying connected in whatever means, whether it's an app or it's emails or it's podcasts, it really is meaningful. And the feedback that we receive and continue to receive is that don't stop. No matter what happens, let's make sure that we hold on to a bit of this as we find our way through COVID and beyond that.
I think you're spot on, Mike. There's been study after study through all this craziness about us being obviously social beings, and that connection and how important that is, and how important that we maintain it, and the outcome from our staff and our people when the engagement is very strong, no matter what way or shape or form it is. So I think well said. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit on you guys. We're going to talk a little bit about diversity. So diverse workforces have been proven to be successful. How have your D&I initiatives adjusted to the challenging circumstances of the pandemic and even some of the recent social movements? How about you, Lynn? What do you think?
Thanks, Danielle. I think, I'm fortunate at AIG. The tone from the top, which is where I'll start with Brian Dubrow and Peter Zaffino, has always been really strong. Brian was an original signatory to the CEO diversity and inclusion efforts back in 2017. And I think I would say that our efforts have not only increased, but we've augmented and focused. And so that tone from the top and the executive leadership team that have developed from all that has transpired have focused. They've focused our social media campaigns around allyship. We've probably rolled out that campaign more meaningfully around the AIG Women's Open, and a lot of internal high-profile employees within our teams that are being interviewed and that are being profiled. So it starts with tone from the top, but I think everything really hit a different gear in June. And I think companies came together, and that was a real reckoning, and it was an immediate moment of action. And our senior executive leadership, Brian and Peter came out forcefully in writing, put a lot of AIG Foundation money behind Amnesty International and the NAACP Defense Fund. And I think it was very important. As leaders, we were empowered to sit down with our Black colleagues to have crucial conversations. That real direction and leadership from the top of the house was fed through every single leader at AIG. So there was a groundswell of movement. Leaders were empowered to be educated. Additional volunteer time off was offered. Additional PTO time was offered. And really resonating around, let's educate ourselves. We were sharing a lot of content. We were listening to our colleagues. And now it's about action. So we augmented, we reacted and acted, and now I guess what gets measured gets done. And I think you will see this industry has always been very inclusive. The Conference Board of Canada did a survey with the Insurance Institute of Canada 2 years ago, and we found that the diversity and inclusion in the P&C industry in Canada beat the general financial services sector. And in fact, that was diversity on every element. And it was diversity within leadership. So, I think the industry starts from a good place, Danielle. And I believe that then on the ground, what makes it come alive are employee resource groups. So at AIG, we have hundreds of employee resource groups, but I can just share with you what's been happening in Canada. our young professionals, women and allies, our Out North LGBTQ group, and our brand new multicultural employee resource group. They're the groundswell of the culture. So it's top down, but it's bottom up. And the ERGs are focused on joint activities, on bringing in guest speakers, and on sharing and moving forward the agenda. There is a mentorship program. All of it comes together, I think, as we strive to be top employers and really listen to our colleagues and learn.
That's phenomenal, Lynn. I think you said it well, with the tone at the top, but the ground swelling from the bottom, and bringing it both together is so important. And that's how it's going to really make a change for our industry. Lori, what's your perspective?
Yeah, Lynn, I loved so many of your examples, and I agree with you. It is a tone from the top that has to start and really be intentional about the conversation. And I would say, you know, diversity and inclusion is a boardroom imperative, and it should be at every company. I've been very passionate about it for a long time. I remember when I was first announced as the CEO of Aon, I was amazed at the outpouring and the interest in wanting to have the dialogue around, you know, how can we activate the voice and maybe move more women into senior leadership positions as just one data point. I hate to say I've been to many insurance conferences that I'm not sure the diversity was as wide as it could be. So I think as an industry, we have a ways to go. And I know we're all up for that challenge. We have many programs, Lynn, as you kind of shared too. We have something called our business resource groups. And we've started the Women's Network, the WIN Network, we call it at Aon. And we do a lot of partnerships with insurance companies, and we kind of host those throughout many of our cities. And they're a very inclusive type of networking event so that we can really support each other and all forms of diversity and inclusion. We have lots of high potential mentoring and sponsorship programs. I think sponsorship is one of the most critical pieces of advice that I could give to ourselves as we move ahead, but as we're trying to develop the talent to have a more diverse workforce, that is a critical part of the strategy. But I would say, you know, after the pandemic, as if that wasn't enough, when the George Floyd tragedy took place, there was an absolute shift in the conversation and the sense of urgency to have new conversations and a different call to action. And we started with something we called a listening tour. So when it first started, I thought, how's this going to go? I mean, we're going to sit down and have an open conversation, bring our Black colleagues to the forefront and ask them, how are you feeling? And that's when, these are people I've worked side by side for as long as I can remember. And when they started to share their stories, I got chills. And I was thinking about, I've got two daughters, 14 and 17. And my 17 has been driving for a year, and I'm constantly nervous every time she leaves the house. But when I listened to some of my Black colleagues that shared their story of what they are giving advice to their children as they get behind the wheel, if they would get pulled over, it was heartbreaking to me. So what we saw as an immediate opener to that conversation was a new bond was formed, a deeper bond was formed, but a sense of call to action that we've got to be better, not just within our company, but within our communities. And that's what I see as a sustained conversation that has taken a new level. It has at our company, and it sounds, I know that to be true, Lynn, at AIG, and Mike, I'm sure yours as well. And what Aon has done is taken our strong diversity and inclusion, but taken it a step up. So we have re-engaged a global inclusion council where we've elevated an executive council that is reporting into our CEO, Greg Case, and Lisa Stevens, our Chief People Officer. And it has very clear measurements and metrics and objectives of what are we going to do to be intentional and get better. And the thing I'm most proud of is a $30 million investment in a program we call the Apprentice Program. It's something we started in 2012. And it's not just an Aon program, it's something that we are happy to share with any corporation. It is a concept where we're working with community colleges, and we're giving diverse people a chance to, we call it earn while you learn. So they're still in school, and we're helping them with jobs at Aon, and we're helping them build a professional career path. And it's a wonderful, wonderful program. So we are really looking forward to seeing how we can expand that in our industry, and looking forward to seeing the impact that we can make. But the biggest difference that I feel is we're not going to have a brief conversation around the George Floyd tragedy. I think we're having a sustained and intentional heightened commitment, Danielle, to really committing ourselves to building a much more diverse workforce, which we know is good for client relationships. It brings diversity of thought and innovation. It makes us all better. So I'm excited to see where we can go as an industry. And I think we need to challenge ourselves in the insurance industry to fight for the best talent. And diversity strategy is going to be critical to our success.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, and I see everybody shaking their head. I think two key things that you said: sponsorship. I agree with you. I was blessed to have a wonderful sponsor, and that's why I'm here today. And I think all of us are probably in the same boat. And second is that sustained conversation. I agree with you. It cannot be a once and done. So I've had you talk a little bit about your company cultures. I've had you talk a little bit about diversity and inclusion. So what do you guys think our new norm is going to begin to look like with our companies? You talked a little bit about real estate. Can you divulge a little more on that, recruiting and further engagement with your employees and clients? Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, no, thanks, Danielle. It definitely is changing. I'm sure we're not unique in the fact that we're, especially when you start picking these things off one at a time. When you look at real estate, it is important to be able to collaborate and to have the kind of space available for your colleagues to be able to get together. You lose that. I heard it said at some point in time through the pandemic, you lose some of that creative combustion. When you're all in a room and you can talk about things and throw them up on the board and really banter back and forth, it's a bit more, like I said when we started this call, this will do. But when we're together, you really get a bit more of those creative juices flowing, and so we're very mindful of that. At the same point in time, we want to be mindful of the fact that we were always sort of in and out of our approach to having folks work from remotely or work from home. And there was always is there that trust factor? Can they get the job done? How do you engage if you need something immediately? And I think what the pandemic has done, if there is a silver lining to it, is it's proven to us that we can get the job done. We just have to make sure that we are always looking at ways to balance that with those creative aspects that come with being together in a room. And the second part of being able to work remotely is that a lot of our colleagues really have appreciated it. Take aside, maybe the fact that they're trying to balance both a home life and a work life at the same time in the same property. When kids are back to school, when there's a bit more normalcy, the fact that they don't have to commute. I think about some of our colleagues that work in Midtown Manhattan, and they had some really difficult commutes oftentimes, and the ability for them to be flexible and yet still really productive, I think, is a huge opportunity. So I'm sure, again, like everyone else, we're looking at exactly what we want that real estate footprint of the future to look like. A place that's welcoming, that you're still proud to have clients come, but yet is flexible and not necessarily so overwhelming that everyone has to have their spot to go to every single day, that they can have the flexibility of working from home. So to that end, I think it could be a good thing. As far as recruiting, same holds true. You've got to sort of open up those creative ideas on how you're going to reach out to people when it's not as easy as it was before, at least during the pandemic. I think post-pandemic we'll return to a bit of normalcy, but what we are learning from it is that now we could go find the right person for the job no matter where they live or reside. And that is huge. So when you may have thought that if your office was in downtown Chicago or in San Francisco, they had to have a certain radius of commute time to that office, I don't think that's the case anymore. You can really find people that are really good and talented in any corner of the globe. And I think that's going to be a huge opportunity and a huge advantage, especially as we become even more technical and technology plays a bigger part of our jobs every single day. I think that will really give us an opportunity to recruit people that maybe we wouldn't have in the past. But you do have to be deliberate about it. And back to the DEI conversation, it's important. I agree with everything Lynn and Lori said. It's important that we expose more people to this great industry, whether you're on the insurance company side or the insurance brokerage side. Sometimes people say insurance and, it makes them squirm, right? No one wants to think about it. We know it as a great industry that does great things and puts people's lives back together. But I think this will also give us the opportunity to recruit more people from all different backgrounds in any part of the country, any part of the globe, that have the opportunity to work in this great industry. So I think recruiting, I see upside there. I see tremendous upside in terms of finding the talent to bring into our industry. We know in this industry there's far more people retiring than there are coming in every single year. So it's not just simply about keeping everything the same. It's about sort of survival. Really, when you think about it, we've got to get more people and definitely more people of color interested in this great industry. And so we're taking deliberate actions at Gallagher to do just that. And I know they are at Aon and AIG and others as well. And then the culture aspects of it, kind of dovetailing on what I was saying earlier, we can't forget how important it is to reach out and communicate with people and touch them on a regular basis, make them feel part of something bigger than what they are, where they live. And so I think the technology plays a big part in that, whether it's, again, an app or podcasts or what have you, because as that workforce becomes more remote, we're going to have to work and remember all the tactics that we put in play during the pandemic to make sure we're reaching out to these folks on a regular basis to keep those cultures intact. Because everyone always, in any company, and it is true, the secret sauce at Gallagher is our culture. The secret sauce at Aon is their culture. At AIG, the same thing. We work really hard. And you can't measure it often, but when it doesn't exist. So you got to make sure you're taking action on it.
Well said, Mike. I think it all ties together to culture, and I love the word creative combustion. So hopefully we'll see some really cool technology come out around that too, for us to be more creative when we're working from remote. But I think very well said. Lynn, how about your perspective?
Well, Mike, you hit on so many things. You saw my head nodding. I'm going to start with recruiting. I have a 20-year-old, Lori. So my 20-year-old has been living in the room next door on her first co-op work term in the property casualty insurance business. So I actually have a front row seat at our industry through her eyes. And she's working for a competitor I won't name. But the onboarding process, the recruiting process, and how our organizations show up on campus. And I think we do have an opportunity right now. And this is a fantastic industry. I'm absolutely on a mission to create a pull into this industry. And look around us. We are gainfully employed in the midst of a cruel global pandemic. And in fact, our professional lives have never been busier. And there are so my daughter is in a co-op program. She has a series of roommates. Their co-op terms were either scaled back, they were cut in half. Some of the jobs were sunsetted because the industries were significantly impacted. But all of those students who were in the property casualty business had fully engaged, great onboarding, super technology delivered to the house. And I think we need to capitalize on this time. And I think this is our chance to pivot and really sell property casualty insurance as the future, because I really believe you can have any background and any degree. So we need to get on campus. We need to be clear in our messaging. We need to work together. And we need to create those case competitions and those student engagement opportunities through risk and insurance societies, through Gamma Iota Sigma, through all of the vehicles that are available to us. Because when we create the pull, and it is a very diverse group of students that we're attracting, I think we're getting to the right spot. I think that, when I think further about recruiting, I think about onboarding. And that has been a unique challenge in 2020. So we have so many employees that have joined our organization. I'll just speak to Canada. We've onboarded 50 people this year. And some of them have never actually set foot in our premises. They were interviewed online, they were hired online, they were onboarded online, so we had to get better. I read a survey that said that brand new employees to your organization actually decide if they're going to hang around in the first 5 days. And I didn't believe that research. So I went a little bit deeper, and it actually true, and it's about how they feel. How at home do they feel? So we've really ramped up our onboarding and taken it virtual, and we create every quarter almost the new hire club. We bring the entire senior leadership to them. We walk them through who we are in the Canadian market, how we show up, who our partners are, and give them really the facts about our organization in the marketplace. And then we build buddies and partnerships outside of their own teams. And that there's a very, very deliberate onboarding plan for 90 days. I think it's important to grab our new hires into the industry. I think we've had to be more creative in that regard. And we're creating a community, and those communities are a little bit different virtually than they have been in person. And I guess that leads me to real estate. And as I engage with our clients and brokers from every walk of industry, we're hearing so many thoughts around real estate and footprint in manufacturing premises where the local regulatory guidance forces social distancing, and on assembly lines, and in certain industries where it's really tough and PPE is required. And I think that the footprint will look different. I think it will be hybrid. I believe that we will have a workforce who, to Mike's point, embrace the benefits of working from home and are going to take back some of that commute. So as leaders, all of the skills we've honed, and I would say the skill of empathy has been the biggest one this year. So that would have been one of my pivots. I would usually start a meeting with the agenda, and certainly for my team members and smaller groups, it's been all about how are you, what's going on, and really meeting people where they are, and leading with empathy. So that was a roundabout way. Lori, I would imagine you can add.
Well, I think it's changed totally the way we think. And I would have been one of those people before, Danielle, that I certainly support and lead with flexibility and remote. Mike, as you said, we've all, I think, had to create that type of environment already. But now we're not afraid to entirely think differently. Why can't we move more jobs to give that flexibility? So we're literally going through all of the job profiles and trying to figure out which could be fully remote, partially virtual, and it will totally change the talent pool. So I agree with the comments that have been made. I think the add I'd want to make is also, this is our opportunity to consult differently and be at the table with our own companies different. It took me months before I personally admitted I've probably got to get a stand-up desk. I've probably got to find a way to get a bigger monitor, maybe buy a mouse pad, so what are we doing for the thousands of colleagues that work around us? How are we helping them adjust to that ergonomic reality in their own world? And then take it a step further. If we really continue to go more into the digital sharing economy, which I believe we will. I believe every company will go further down that route. How do you think about if you want to promote a culture of safety or risk control? How are we going to consult differently to those clients? Certainly, you know, an opportunity for AIG to think about product development. So as we think about how we're consulting to our clients, I think there's a huge opportunity for all of us to be more relevant to what does the future of work look like. It's the number one conversation that I would say our clients want to have today. And I would take us back to not forgetting about fair pay and gender equity. So as we love the flexibility, if you're moving from New York to Austin, you know, you've got to make sure you have a strategy that addresses the differences in pay equity. So I think we are absolutely open-minded in our entire industry right now, in our companies, thinking about how can we really engage differently, and all of the benefits that may come with that, and a better talent pool, a broader talent pool. But I think we have to really think of the risk management side of this and the people side of this strategy, and make sure we're pivoting quickly to refresh how we consult on these topics. Because I think it's going to be different, and we've got to maybe permanently change our thinking about innovation and our consultation to help clients be as successful as they possibly can be, and within our own companies.
Well said actually by all three of you. I think that working together as an industry is going to be key, whether it's around how we integrate new talent into our workspace, diversity, inclusion. But I'd like even the comment about how it's going to breed opportunity, different kinds of opportunities for all of us and for our people, which I think makes our industry more exciting. We just got to get better at pushing out there how exciting our industry can be, right? So we really need to do that. So let me talk about you guys a little bit. So let me ask you guys some questions. You know, as we talked about as leaders, these are very unordinary times. They can be stressful times. But I think even more important, there are times where we just don't have our regular playbook that we just talked about, having to pivot, having to do things different, having to think different. So how, as leaders, are you filling your tank? How are you keeping yourself motivated? How are you making sure you don't burn out too quickly, because you're probably working and being right here like this on Zoom from sun up to sundown? How about you, Lori?
Well, it's the big question, Danielle, and it is the one that keeps me up at night, not really for myself, but all the employees that I feel responsible for. And I think one of the first things we did, and Mike, you said it, you had that app where you're sharing success stories. You had it before, but it's even more vital now. So we started by canvassing what are all those unique ideas happening in all the offices and with all the teams. And you know, we had one team that does yoga together virtually, which I thought was awesome. I never would have thought of that. Another team gets on the Peloton and they follow each other. You know, one has found kind of a park and a picnic, and they get 6 feet apart and have a great lunch, you know, on Fridays. So I think as a leader, I felt a huge sense of responsibility to gather as many of those things as I could and share them, because we need to be engaged week in and week out for our own tank, but also to lead other people. And I think anything that we can do across our companies to share these ideas is a way we can just get through this. I sincerely worry about the mental health that is the strain that is going on. I think it's far more severe and real than perhaps we even know yet today. With my senior at home, she is not going to her state basketball. She cannot go see colleges to apply. And so how can we share stories with each other and create almost community groups, Danielle, to find a path out? Because there's not a manual that's been written on this. And so for me personally, I try to make sure that I'm leading by example. So if instead of an hour call, why not a 45-minute call? Why can't we do a walking conference call? Why not give permission to not be on video for this call? Or maybe I show up in a video with a baseball hat and a ponytail or something, and celebrate that. So I think we have to really find a way to help each other keep our tanks full. And that is something that I try to practice myself as often as possible. But even like tonight, I've never in my career been home 5 days a week. The thought of having that dinner is great. And I tend to be pretty open with my colleagues. And I learned how to jam strawberries or make strawberry jam, and we share it. So if you have something you said, you know, I never had time before to develop that hobby, now's the time. And we're sharing that with each other, which is really fun. And never in a million years would I thought I could be home for 9 months in a row every night of the week. What am I going to do with that wonderful gift? And it is a gift. And that gives my tank energy for sure.
Yeah, it definitely is a gift. I agree with you. How about you, Mike? What are you doing?
Well, Lori, you said a lot of the things that I was that I've been trying to do as well, and I would tell you first and foremost, aside early on in the pandemic, getting to know my friend Tito very well, and club soda was really the remedy to my sanity. But all kidding aside, you know, I think it is about finding that happy place. It is about encouraging people to do the same. And you know, I love, Lori, what you said. I think it gets back to sort of the local leadership. You know, as leaders of divisions of our respective companies, you're a bit further removed from the daily interaction. And so we really pushed our local leaders to really take ownership of making sure that they're encouraging their teams to do exactly what Lori was saying. You know, whether it's yoga, virtual yoga, whether it's the virtual happy hours, whether it's you name it, something to sort of take the pressure off, because there is a lot more pressure. You know, I think the accessibility. So, you know, when Lori was saying, you know, I never was home 5 days in a row, you know, I had a bit of the same schedule, and you always had that built-in downtime because you had travel, and you could read a book, and you were removed from your computer if you wanted to be, and no one second guessed it. And now, you know, I'm sure your schedules are similar, that it gets populated a lot more frequently with meetings because it can be, and that's okay, because there's a lot of things to be discussed and things going on, but then you've got to be deliberate about finding your happy place and finding room, and whether it's working out or learning a new hobby or learning a new language. Last month or so, I've been seeing a virtual tutor to polish up my Spanish, because it's gotten pretty stale, and that's challenging, and it's different. It's not related to my work every day, and it sort of challenges your mind, because I couldn't agree with Lori more about the sort of the mental health challenges that many of our colleagues face, and us included. I mean, we're people as well, and so we have those bad days and good days, and the problem with the bad days now is that you're in the same room as you were when you had the good day, and so you just got to make sure that you're constantly encouraging people, and as an organization, making sure that they know where they can get help if they need to raise their hand, and so we've constantly been putting out information about resources and tools that our folks have access to, you know, for support, mentally, for physical well-being, all that sort of stuff, because that is crucial to this. It did get stale. It has that COVID fatigue thing, and not only is dangerous, obviously from a COVID perspective, but it's dangerous for a lot of reasons because of the mental health impact. So, you know, I think that we've been really just focused on making sure people understand that we're here for them when they need to talk, but we also want them to be guilt-free when they take that needed time and space away from their laptops, away from their computers, away from their phone, and that's okay. And honestly, you know, when you think about the real estate concept going forward, again, one of the silver linings there is that, you know, you think in the past when people were working remotely, you know, there was always just this sort of thing in the back of everyone's mind, well, they're not really working. You know, they must be on a golf course, or they're someplace, you know, nice and so forth. That's not true anymore. We know people are working. We know they're accountable, but we know now that they can be productive and still give themselves the time and space needed to really correct whatever they need to in their own personal well-being.
Well, Mike, gracias. That's about as far as I go. I'll have to maybe jump on your bandwagon there. But I think both.
Poco, so.
But I agree with both you and Lori. And my little thing is I block off my calendar at lunchtime for an hour, whether it's just to go have a sandwich with my son and husband that are stuck with me in the house, or it's to take my dog for a walk. Doesn't always happen, doesn't always stay, but I at least have it blocked initially. So Lynn, how about you? How do you motivate yourself and engage without burning out?
Oh, a great question. I love all the ideas. You see me taking notes because I'm constantly adding to my list. Well, you'll see fresh flowers in the background. I'm saving so much money on personal travel. I've decided that I deserve fresh flowers every week, and I've given every single member of my team permission that they deserve fresh flowers every week too. So I look for moments. I look for we're bombarded by information. I don't know if your email has triplicated, but the number of invitations that you receive, I've become very, very deliberate. I have found a couple of authors that their regular blogs speak to me directly. They seem to be on the same wavelength at the same time. They're speaking to the subject matter that is grabbing me, and so I share those with my team. Our team has really activated community engagement and giving back. And there really is a physiology to charitable acts. When you give, you receive, and you receive almost an endorphin or adrenaline. It is a wonderfully positive feeling. So Giving Tuesday was an opportunity, and we're a hugely competitive bunch. And so we had a leadership challenge, and we said to our leaders, get your teams, find a way to engage and have some fun together. And of course, AIG has been incredibly generous with volunteer time off, adding to that bank this year, and providing a day off in the spring, and the World Mental Health Day. AIG gave the entire employee population that day to be very mindful. And so our hashtag at AIG on all of our internal communications is hashtag #AreYouOK? And that's really where it starts. It starts by fueling. So we have a partnership with Enactus globally, but also here in Canada. And they're challenged. They're university students who are running sustainable businesses. They're trying to get all that done on campus with the social distancing rules. And they're really missing mentors. And so I would encourage you, your local campuses for college and university are desperate for some of your time. And we have found, as leaders and our entire employee resource group population, engaging as mentors with university students will make you feel fantastic after an hour. They will energize you. They will also, because they're asking you really simple, early leadership questions that we've actually been doing so long we've forgotten. But you remember how you learned those skills, and being able to share them with someone is a very, very personally rewarding experience. So we're doing it all. We're baking, we're attached to photos. We are running webcasts where the children of AIG Canada are actually the stars, not the parents. We'll try anything. So any good ideas, please send them our way. And I think, Lori, like you, we're just collecting and really trying to ground. So I'm in the north. And no, we don't all live in igloos, but I am north of the 49th, and it's dark. And it's dark early in the morning, and it's dark by the time we step away from the screen in the late afternoon. And so I think we have to be really intentional. So we've started being incredibly intentional at AIG in Canada, and our intentional word of December is joy. So we will find joy and give joy every day, And that simple intention, which is a mindfulness exercise to start your day, is bringing us together in really interesting and unique ways. So I think we've talked about it already, but there's real opportunity to, and it can come from anywhere in your organization, but just bring all the good ideas on and let them shine.
I love the hashtag, are you okay? I might have to steal that, Lynn. I really
You are allowed. In fact, you can post on our channels.
All right. I appreciate all those great ideas. All right. Last but not least, and before if we have time, we'll take some questions. We've heard a lot today about how you've all had to pivot and do things very differently. Give me one piece of advice or words of encouragement you would like to provide our audience today. Mike?
Well, I think my piece of advice is that, you sometimes you have to dig really hard to find the positives, especially in a pandemic. And you could either view this as a setback, or you can view it as a setup. And I think it's, if you view it as a setup for greatness, a setup for changing how you work, a setup for finding new people to bring into your organization, a setup for being able to work with clients in a much different way that brings talent to the forefront much more easily. I think not only you'll appreciate it as a person in this industry, but I think you'll appreciate it individually, because it'll help support that whole concept of this isn't an end, this is a beginning. The mental health challenges I think that people have is that they don't see the end. But if you view this as only the start of something that's going to be even greater than it was, and a setup for success, then I think we'll all come through this. And I always tell my folks, let's come through the pandemic on a dead sprint. Let's not come through crawling and walking and just happy that we made it through. Let's sprint out of it. If we're going to sprint out of it, we've got to get creative, we've got to be deliberate, and we've got to think of it as a setup for success.
Excellent. How about you, Lynn?
I really like that, Mike. My advice is twofold. It's eye on the horizon. And it's that time of year where we start thinking about the year drawing to a close, and our goals and our objectives and our resolutions for 2021. And so we do have to think forward and think for the long game. And it's even a visioning exercise we're using around career development and skills development as we set our goals and objectives within AIG for ourselves personally. And so I think be very deliberate and intentional about development. See your career, where you want it to go. And this is not a pause. This is an opportunity. So we're not setting aside our objectives because we have barking dogs and a couple of kids at home who are demanding our attention. All of our guidance to our professionals is this is still an opportunity. And if you need to fill your tank, if there is a day when you're not at 100%, it's okay to tell someone and to share that. And so, eye on the horizon, fill and fuel your tank. I love that. And it's okay to be okay.
Excellent, excellent. I agree with you. How about you, Lori?
Well, these are such great conversations. And Lynn, I wanted to share one idea from the last section. And you mentioned kids as the star at AIG. It reminded me of someone in our field developed an idea where the older kids read to the younger kids by Zoom. And they wound up also being able to get some school social hours credit. But the main point was to connect the kids. And how neat is that to see all those pictures of engaging the children in a different way. And I guess my closing thought on what I heard, Danielle, is really, we talked about the workforce of the future and the new norm. I look at it as, what is your personal new norm? I think we've got about 3 more months before we're probably, it could be 6. I'm an optimist, so I'm hoping it's 3, where we might, go back to the office every day. Mike, I don't know what that office will look like for sure yet. So I think we've all got a chance to reevaluate what's our personal new norm. And for me, I would say I have always loved my career back when I started as an underwriter. I also grew up in a dad who was one of 8 kids. And the profile of success was being a mother and being a mom. And I want to be a mother. I am a mother. I'm a wife, but I wanted to be an executive as well. And I get that question of how did you work-life balance? How did you do it? And I always wondered, am I making the right choices to follow my career aspirations? Am I sacrificing being a mom, being a wife, and being home in this pandemic? I always wondered, am I missing out? And I think what I've really learned is I haven't been, because now I'm home every night. My kids are still up in their room. They're doing their homework. They're talking to their friends. And I'm downstairs screaming, but I'm home. What's going on? So it's a blessing I never thought I would get, to be able to have confidence that it was okay to really reach for what I wanted to in my career. And that's my advice, no matter woman, male, any kind of background. Go for what you want to do, develop your personal norm. Your personal success and what your new norm is. And it's been a real blessing for me to come to that realization that I always would have second guessed Danielle had I not had this moment.
I'm right there with you, being a mother of 3, so I can relate 100%. So we've got some time left, and I've got some fun questions that have come from the audience, so I hope you're prepared. Here's the first one. What has been something rewarding career-wise that would not have happened in a normal year? I guess we're calling this year the non-normal year. So can you think of something that has happened rewarding career-wise that would not have happened in a normal year? Got any takers?
Yeah.
Okay, Lori.
Mike, you sure? I'm going to piggyback off something you said earlier, Mike, and it was the availability that we have, which I totally agree with. And I've got to take a page from Danielle's book and block more time. But I think the positive has been the engagement that we've had with insurance companies, with clients, that I actually think we have driven more value and pushed out more thoughtful content and engagement. Clients are more intentional on what do they want to hear from us, and we're more intentional on pushing out relevant content and creating forums for them to communicate with each other. When we're all running around on planes and in meetings, and it takes you 2 weeks to get one meeting scheduled, that doesn't happen now. So I think that has been a real benefit, is the value that we have brought to whatever constituents we're serving. We have been able to do it much more effectively. And it's that availability, Mike, you talked about earlier.
How about you, Mike? What's something that's been rewarding career-wise that would not have happened in a normal year?
Yeah, I was going to say almost exactly what Lori said. I started, Gallagher's the only job I've ever had. And I started at Gallagher as a producer. And that was my favorite thing. I loved being in front of clients. I loved the conversation. I loved being relevant and helping guide them through what was a really important expense for them, and the coaching and all that other stuff that goes along with being a producer. And, in a given year, I may get the opportunity to spend, maybe a dozen or 2 dozen really legitimate meetings with clients. And in the first 3 months of the pandemic, I was far in excess of that, because it was accepted. It was acceptable to be participating in a forum like this, where we may have had numerous people from all across the globe participating, and I was able to participate in, whether I was wallpaper or whether I was contributing, just being a part of that and hearing what they had to say really was exciting for me. So it was, I hope that doesn't go away. I hope that is a genuine way that we practice our trade going forward in the future. I mean, certainly I want to shake hands. I want to be able to have dinner with clients and break bread and do those sort of things, because those really become relationship builders. But in the meantime, I also want to be able to be there and hear what they're saying, because we're in the thought leadership business, right? I mean, we sell an intangible, and so we've got to make sure that we're listening to our customers and to our people. To be very candid, I mean, we talked about, I think, Lynn, you talked about, some of the forums that you have, and maybe it was you as well, Lori, about, in terms of DE&I, and we've had numerous what we've called courageous conversations that we really didn't have in the past. I mean, we always had diversity and inclusion as a priority within the organization, but truly just listening, and the technology now for that's available for us to be able to do that and make eye contact and truly have a genuine interaction is really something that I'll take away from this pandemic.
And Lynn, I'll let you get in there real quick, and then I got to wrap us up.
I will. I would echo both of the comments. I would just call it reach, and reach with intention. Lori talked about many more meetings, but more effective meetings. And in the past, as much as I love a meal and enjoy that camaraderie and conversation, I think we've been more efficient and effective. So you asked the question, Danielle, from a career-wise perspective. I think I've honed some of my communication skills and some of my leadership skills. I think I have become much more intentional and been able to actually accomplish more, so that when it's the end of the day and I walk away from the screen, I know that we have listened, we have heard, and we have contributed. And I think that fills my tank.
That's excellent. Excellent. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to get to some of the other questions, but first and foremost, I would like to thank you, Lori, Mike, Lynn, for your time. It's been an honor to be your moderator today, and I really enjoyed our discussion on successful leadership during a crisis. Your ideas, your thoughts, your energy has been phenomenal. I really thought it was great how you provided our audience either words of wisdom or some guidance during these times, and I know they're going to take that to heart and encourage their staff as they navigate the situation as we go forward. But let's also congratulate our 2020 Women to Watch winners and all that they've accomplished, especially during 2020. Congratulations. And everyone, thank you and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
I have had some great mentors who have helped shape my career. One of them is Carrie Grace, a 2014 honorary of the Women to Watch. She told me once, which has been the best advice that I've ever got, don't ever apologize for being a woman. This has been my mantra, and I give the same advice to all the young women that I mentor, including my two little girls who are 5 and 8.
I'd like to share a story about a Woman to Watch alum that has inspired me in recent years, and that is Tracy Ryan. She has led product teams, claims teams, and she is now the lead for Liberty's Global Risk Solutions, North American organization. At one point, Tracy served as the chair of the board of directors at NCCI, recognizing the value that this brings to the workers' compensation industry. It's this blend of internal company success and external industry service that makes Tracy so special. She inspires me, and she's a great role model for many.
I am privileged to be inspired every day by 2019 Business Insurance Women to Watch Award winner Anne-Marie Toll. I don't know how she does it, but she successfully balances running a captive practice for Hylant with raising 2 amazing sons, all while maintaining and cultivating really strong personal and professional relationships. Anne-Marie is always there to give people the best advice and guidance, all while elevating everyone around her.
I was fortunate enough to have a mentor who's a Women to Watch alumnus, whom I not only looked to for guidance, but who provided me with the opportunities to succeed. Throughout my career, I was exposed to various aspects of work comp, but Dr. Teresa Bartlett helped me become a well-rounded individual. From sitting on a hospital board, to speaking at various healthcare conferences, to building homes for women, my mentor helped me stand out and get recognized. The lift was heavy, and I was grateful to succeed. Working hard and constant efforts are a must if one wants to be successful. But seeking and accepting help, showing vulnerability, it is just as important.
In the course of my career, I've had the privilege and honor of working with two alumni from Women to Watch, Kathleen Zortman and Chris Hill. Both Kathleen and Chris have had profound influence on my career and leadership style. When I think about the qualities that both Kathleen and Chris possess, I think the three most important qualities that have helped influence me into becoming the leader I am today. I'll share those qualities with other women that are looking to enter the insurance industry as things that they may want to consider as they build out their career path.
I really don't see people as competition. I see others as a way to connect, a way to learn, a way to strategically partner. And I think when you genuinely connect with others and you really see them for who they are, I think that you'll do well, not only in business, but in life. So the advice I would give is to really form genuine connections and relationships. You'll definitely go far in this business.
My advice to young women is get comfortable being uncomfortable. You'll be put in many situations where you'll feel uncomfortable because you're the only woman, the least experienced, or simply because you're experiencing something new. Once you become familiar with this feeling, you'll find the confidence to show why you were given the opportunity in the first place. Don't miss out on it, take it, and don't stop crushing that ceiling.
It's important that we take time to interact with our teams on a personal level and give ourselves time to be together, even on a Zoom call that's not focused on business. People are missing the personal interactions, and women leaders need to foster those opportunities whenever possible. This has been a difficult time for many people, and women leaders are uniquely situated to be supportive and compassionate and to reassure people that this is just a bump in the road.
For young women considering a career in insurance, I would advise to learn everything you can about the industry. Really dig in. The future is bright for the insurance industry. We are resilient, and there will continue to be many opportunities for young people here. The most successful people work hard and exhibit intellectual curiosity. People are tempted to focus on promotion and titles as a sign of success, but working hard and learning all that you can will pay off. Always raise your hand and take the opportunity to gather a breadth of knowledge. You will be noticed by your peers and superiors for your intelligence and professionalism more than those who focus only on ambition. I have never let being a woman define any part of my career and advise no one does. All should have the same opportunities if you just go for it. While I have been lucky enough to have mentors along the way to say, you can do this, you should always believe you can do this.
My advice to young women considering a career in insurance is do it. The business of insurance touches every other industry. Whatever you're interested in, you'll find it somewhere in the insurance business, either in the products and services we develop and distribute, or in the internal operations of running a corporation. We're lawyers, we're engineers, we're real estate executives, we're technology experts, we're dynamic and innovative. And we're better when our industry represents the diversity of our customers and communities. This is an excellent time to be in this business, an excellent time for women. And my advice is to take some time to explore, and as you do, get to know yourself and get to know what you want. Say it out loud, build relationships broadly, and learn from the people who have gone before you. And always, always give something back to your profession. Make it better for the people who follow you, and you'll learn and you'll help others learn as well.
My advice to young women who are interested in pursuing a career in insurance is bring the best version of you and stay authentic. You are your brand and your reputation is important. As large as this global industry is, it's small at the same time. There's a breadth of opportunity that will enable you to explore various roles and companies, whether it's related to actuarial services, captive, brokerages, risk management, claims management, insurance company, and the list truly goes on. Get involved in associations. Never stop learning through continuing education or earning a designation. Avail yourself to take on additional responsibility whenever it presents itself. And keep in mind, it's important to grow horizontally as much as it is vertically. Be a solution finder, a problem solver. Have advocates and mentors inside your organization and outside to seek meaningful advice and have influential sponsors. We as women can, are, and will do it all. Wives, mothers, daughters, executives, leaders, managers, doers.
My advice to young women considering a career in insurance is to focus on a part of the industry that really interests them and that they can be passionate about. I would also encourage them to redefine success and achieving their ambitions in all aspects of their life, not just their career. I think balance is so important and will bring more to your career in the long run. The value of mentorship is huge, and I would encourage young women to have many mentors.
The advice I give to women entering the insurance industry is don't opt out. So even if your life gets difficult and you want to have a family, it took us about 15 takes to get this video.
This is what happens when you have 4 kids.
Just try your best to find the work situation that works for you. And I think what the pandemic has taught us is that you can combine work life and family life in new and different ways. And that goes for fathers and mothers and people who don't have children. We've realized how flexible work can be now. So I hope that we take these lessons and make the workplace a more inclusive place for everyone so that people don't have to choose between their non-work life and their work life.
I truly believe that a person is made by the strength of their character, their perseverance, and potential. I would encourage women to explore careers in STEM, which can be wonderfully satisfying. This allows them to flourish in big roles in technology, in leadership, and this is a way that they can get out there and show their true potential.
My advice for young women considering a career in insurance is to embrace change and challenge. Have some courage, take some risks, and most of all, believe in yourself. For me, I've made 8 company career moves and have had 18 different assignments. I started out as a P&C actuary and continuously looked for growth and challenge in each new assignment. At first, there was a focus on the technical versatility in the roles that I chose. And then I focused on management opportunities. And then I progressed to broader leadership roles. And what I learned about myself is that I crave change and the excitement of a new challenge. In the end, each of us is a collection of these experiences. So my advice to young women is to take responsibility for your own career.
The advice that I have for young women who are considering a career in the insurance industry is just go for it. This is not your father's insurance industry. It is fun and dynamic and interesting, and you will develop the best relationships. It is, there's so many different types of jobs within the insurance industry. There's always something for everyone. And if you are working in an area that doesn't necessarily inspire you, look around you because there are other areas that may, and you can easily change lanes and change direction. Something else that I would recommend to young women in any industry is take the time to network and develop those relationships. As women, we have a tendency to stay late and finish our work and then rush home and handle all of our personal home life obligations. We really need to take the time to develop and cultivate these professional relationships. Many of them turn into really strong friendships. This industry is all about relationships, and the network and the connections that you form early on in your career will get you through a very, very long life and a very long career. And then those friendships that you develop, they'll really strengthen your soul and be good for you when you're going through tough times in your business life.
be strong, be confident, and approachable are traits my family have instilled in me since I was a child. Being open to yourself and others helped me get over what assumptions my appearance make and able to show what was beyond the stereotype. I'm so honored to be recognized as a woman to watch today. My hope is for my daughters, Noor and Isla, to not only learn from their mother's mistakes and accomplishments, but to also never give up. Be able to recognize your abilities and follow your passion. Respect yourselves so others will respect you. And to one day live in a world which women are on a more equal footing.
First, tenacity. Tenacity to me means the determination to bring your best every day into the workplace. That means through being prepared, through challenging others, and raising the bar when you're interacting with teammates and colleagues. Next, I'd highlight authenticity. Being able to bring your authentic self is so critical to building a culture of trust within an organization. Having a culture of trust within an organization is also critical to the business's success. And finally, but probably most importantly, stepping outside of your comfort zone. So some of my best career choices and growth as a leader was stepping into projects and roles that was outside of my core competency and knowledge base. It was the ability to grow and network beyond that core group that I originally was a part of. So stepping outside of your comfort zone and taking stretch roles, taking stretch projects, to me is one of the most critical factors to success in leadership.
My advice to women considering career insurance at this point is to learn the fundamentals while also thinking outside the box. There are a lot of exciting opportunities in insurance now and opportunities for creative thinking and solutions. Think big and don't be afraid to share your ideas or even start your own company.
And take the time for yourself. Reach out to your friends. Take the time to just rejoice in the little things this year, which may have been, hey, I turned on the camera and got out of my sweats today, and that's okay.
My advice to women considering a career in insurance, whether just launching their career or are more advanced in their career, take a strong look at the insurance industry. The opportunities are wide and varied. There are many roles in insurance, but we need women in all aspects of business, whether in finance, technology, business support, human resources, or in the legal arena. Most especially, we need women in leadership roles. We need women to bring their strength, insight, wisdom, and creativity into this business. So I say to any woman, the field is open, and we would love to have you join our industry.
One of the best pieces of advice I have received is from my mom. She said, "Don't let life's challenges hinder you. Instead, let them motivate you to create opportunities. Be ready for the opportunity. Post-COVID-19, insurance companies will realign how they operate. Technology advancement and changing workforce will drive exciting changes. Retiring baby boomers will increase over the next decade, even as diversity and inclusion become forefront issues. Your generation can help invent the future, and the women in the industry will play a prominent role. Rich Strategies has several highly accomplished women in the C-suite, and the number of industry women in high-level C-suite positions has steadily increased over the past decade. Building on the opportunities other women have created will require diligence in learning the craft of insurance. Work with mentors and sponsors. Also, develop soft skills and networking skills. Be relevant and involved, and always stay current on news and events. Stay diligent and enjoy the adventures of changing times. Never has it been so exciting.
I think it's so important to, at a young age, find an organization like Archie Specialty that has wonderful people. Latch on to a mentor and stay the course. Remember that it takes a long, long time to develop any type of expertise in your focus and in your area that you're currently working in. So consistency compounds. remember that, things don't happen overnight. And I think there was several bumps in my early 20s and early 30s. And if you stay the course, I truly believe that consistency will compound and you'll grow to places that you want to be.
Well, for those of you who do know me, I am big on inspiring others because so many people have inspired me throughout the years. What I will say to you, young woman, is you are capable. You are capable. You are resilient. You got this. And there's a lot of room in the insurance sector to disrupt. Now, being in the corporate arena side on the insurance sector for nearly 20 years now, and on the technology side on the InsurTech, GovTech, there's a lot of room to disrupt. We need you. Your time is now. Shazoo, we're at 70% women representation. We're looking for more. Matter of fact, we're looking for software. We're looking software engineers right now. If you want to be a part of an energetic, collaborative work environment that believes in spreading love and driving safe, then come our way.
I would tell you personally that I started in finance. I went to reinsurance. I did underwriting. I led product lines. I ran distribution, and now I'm on the brokerage side, helping clients make sure their risks are protected. It's allowed me to build and write my own journey. I would encourage every young woman to reach out to one of us. Have a conversation with us about what you want your journey to be, but the most important thing, you can open a blank piece of paper and write your own story.
For all those young ladies out there who want a career in insurance, I would tell them, this is the industry for you. We've already torn down so many barriers and we're looking to pay it forward. We're looking for that next generation to come up and take our places. I look forward to the day when I can welcome you to the Women to Watch Sisterhood.
Thank you for attending today's celebration, the 15th anniversary of the Women to Watch Awards. There is much we have learned from the experiences of Inga, Carla, Lori, Danielle, Lynn, Mike, and others who forged leadership paths worth following and worth emulating. I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Our 2020 global presenting sponsor is AIG. Our gold sponsors are QBE, Ryan Specialty Group, Sedgwick, and Zurich. Our silver sponsors are AXA XL, Liberty Mutual, and Marsh. And our program sponsors are CNA, Corvell, Munich Re, Risk Strategies, Robinson & Cole, and Travelers. One note about our sponsors: these organizations continue to support business insurance and share in our vision, not only to power through difficult times, but also to support initiatives that matter. We look forward to continuing our work with them. Our speakers and panelists reflect true collaboration and graciously share their time and perspectives with us and with you. We thank you as well. Business insurance is only as strong as its community, and coordinating this program is a testament to the contributions of the Women to Watch Foundation Board, who remain steadfast in pursuit of our shared mission. A special thanks to the BI staff, the events team, and to our colleagues around the world who continue to work hard, work smart, and deliver industry-leading programming. As you may know, BI's parent company, Beacon, has acquired sister brands in Europe and Asia, which significantly expand our market reach. This will have a network effect on the Women to Watch Awards in the coming years. We look forward to discovering and highlighting the work of insurance women leaders across 5 continents, starting in 2021. That is what's next. For now, you can read more about this year's Women to Watch winners on businessinsurance.com and in the December print edition. We wish you all a safe and happy holiday season, and most importantly, a fresh start in 2021 after this unprecedented year. Business Insurance and all of its sister brands will continue to bring you information you need to maximize the impact of your work. We look forward to celebrating together in person next year. Thank you again for joining us today. Cheers to all this year's winners.
We are women to watch.
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 As we are the women to watch.
We are
women to watch. We are women to watch.
And we are women to watch.
We are women to watch.
Because after all, we are women to watch.
We are the women to watch.
We are 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 women to watch.
Because we, together, are women to watch.